I don't think so because the invisibility was given to him by a pixie, and the pixie left.
Nope, it was by me.
Oh, it was by you. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
yes, he's invisible. No, didn't he pop uninvisible in order to cast the spell?
I can't remember. It was too long ago.
Yeah, because see, he's not in the bush on this.
No, let me.
Well, then
He
he's not
was
invisible, I
invisible and
guess.
in
I
a
don't know.
bush. I do remember that he was, but I think right now he had popped out. Oh dear, the dragon is in the air. I'm really worried the dragon's going to leave us because, Great Worm, Red Dragon, really more concerned about himself than anything else in the world.
I think it's fair to say that he's not going to die on your account.
No, no,
But he's
I,
winning, I think.
I'm not so sure about that.
He is. He's looking bloodied and bruised. You're a little surprised he stuck around this long.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. So,
Okay.
so um, we'll try to remember what Brile was up to in a moment, but the what happened towards the end of last session is that I think it was Cloth had mentioned that there were more coming up the stairs,
Oh, that's right. Okay.
and one had fallen off the tower and
Right by where,
fallen near where Lore
uh,
had fallen was thrown
yeah.
down. Yeah, but that's less of a worry for you guys at this point than what may be coming up those stairs.
So Ventus will probably look over at his party members up top and be like, "Well, I don't think we should leave Lore, but," um, and then I look at Barial and he's like just almost dead. Just looks like
Uh,
shit.
yeah, Krev looks. You've not seen Krev this badly beaten before, as in like bruised and whatnot, and is just yeah,
Yeah,
he's in bad shape.
yeah. I don't. If I could say what I think the other players see, Krev is one good hit away from being knocked unconscious, and
By a
Brile
goblin.
and and Brile is one really good hit by like a giant away from being knocked unconscious, or two or three good hits by a goblin-like creature. So
I'm actually feeling pretty good, but I'm running out of spells.
tank, tank.
Tank?
Put Ventus up front.
So I'm going to yell
Oh,
up
yeah.
to Cloth in Draconic and ask him if he would like to have a retrograde action here to get our assets back in line to strike again.
Well, he's next in the turn order. It's your turn now, so that won't be much of an issue. So are you suggesting that he picks you up and you take flight?
Well, I just want to ask him and see what he says. Like, does he think that leaving here would be a good idea? Is he willing to do it?
He um, he says that the plan was to take the castle. Um,
You can still take the castle. It's not going anywhere. We can come back tomorrow.
he kind of shrugs his winged shoulders and says if you wish to move on, we can move on.
All right, move on, but we will come back for lore. And I look over at Krev and I
It's
say,
like the look on my
Cloth
face is,
wants to leave.
what about lore?
I don't
Where's
know, but
lore?
Cloth wants to leave. So now's our chance. We either go with him and come back tomorrow, or we stay here and die. So I'm getting on. And like I climb
Or you climb into
into
his
his
hand.
talons if
Yeah.
he comes down to get me.
Yeah, well, Cloth will Cloth will fly down and pick you guys up if you're all willing. So, I guess the question is Krev and Brile. Um,
Brile would be willing.
yeah,
Um,
Brile didn't want this fight to begin with.
yeah. I'm.
Can you send Jarek out to find Lore and keep him safe until we get back?
I can send Jared to see if he can spot Lore, but keep him safe. I mean,
I
I'm
can
worried
make him
that Jared would
invisible if
Uh,
I'm having a hard time hearing people for some reason.
it's because I'm not saying all that much. I'm just trying to think what would Krev do in this situation. He's never. Ooh.
The other thing I can do is turn myself invisible, go look for Lore, and you two fly off.
No, Krev can't let you do that either. Or if I were to speak with his voice, it's like, oh, yeah, no, that's a no go.
So you guys.
How about put it this way? If Cloth reaches out to pick Krev up, he's not going to resist, but Krev is almost like motionless with indecision.
Mhm. Well, you guys start to hear some heavy footsteps coming up those stairs. So you're starting to hear what Cloth had warned you about.
I'm going to look to Baral and see if he can contact Lore. Is he within his range?
What does Brile have that would allow him to contact?
The telepathy thing.
Telepathy.
Let's see. Is it a spell or a feature?
It's like an innate ability he has.
You may have to look it up on the. You may have to dig up the Unearthed Arcana segment for the Mystic, because it is described in there. But there is also a telepathy spell in the player's handbook. I'm not. I can't. Problem is, I cannot remember right now if the Unearthed Arcana thing simply gives you that spell as an ability sort of thing.
My guess is it does. Usually, when they do that kind of stuff, they is it Warlock telepathy? No, Mystic telepathy. You said, right?
Yeah, yeah. It'll be Unearthed Arcana Mystic.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're right. The doing a Warlock of the old ones, you do get telepathy as an ability as well. But you also go really dark because at like 15th level you can make a thrall.
I've got it here. Second level, your mind awakens to the ability to communicate via telepathy. You can telepathically speak to any creature you can see within 120 feet of you in this manner. You don't need to share language, but the creature must be able to understand at least one. Okay, so you have to be able to see the person.
So, yeah, so this is basically Babylon 5 rules. The telepath has to be on a line of sight to actually do it.
And I thank you for the Babylon 5 reference.
Got to be careful of Mr. Bester.
Yeah.
I know he's going to fuck you over.
Me and my friends got obsessed about that show.
I have all 5 seasons downstairs on DVD.
Yeah.
I still think it's some of the best science fiction that's ever been published on television.
Yeah, season 5 was a little shaky, I think, but because he didn't know whether season 5 was going to happen or not. So I think
that's just it.
He worked his best when he had months or years to prepare, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Worf's side story in Babylon. Well, no, that was a different show.
That was Deep Space Nine. But yeah, no, Worf's stuff in Deep Space Nine was good too. It was nice to see the Star Trek universe begin to get this notion that maybe we can tell a 17 episode arc.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. I mean, I really love Gene Roddenberry's stuff. He's one of my. I grew up on that.
Oh yeah. I'm less impressed with the new stuff, but the old Next Generation episodes and the Deep Space Nine episodes, that was for me, the heyday of Star Trek.
Mhm.
Anyway, back to it. So
Yes.
Telepathy is a
Kev-
no go. You hear footsteps coming up the stairwell, so Cloth is looking at you like, should we stay or should we go?
I move forward towards Krev basically takes a inventory of essentially his own current state and the fact that he has no spells or anything else, and swearing many blood oaths in Orcish under his breath, he approaches Cloth and looks at Brow, looks at Ventus. I will come back for him. Swear it.
come on, everyone. It will. We can come back tomorrow. I'm sure Laura will be fine.
And
And I
Cloth
struck a
shrugs.
potion of alchemical fire at the door, and I used my fire opal to like make a little temporary barrier there, so it takes them longer to get up.
Okay. Cloth shrugs his winged shoulders again towards Krev and says, "Every day is a new adventure." And he.
Krev looks at the size of Cloth and very carefully bites his tongue.
So Vorpal chucks alchemist reagents or whatever it was. Sorry, Vorpal or Ventus. What was it again?
Alchemist fire.
Alchemist
It's a
fire
little.
at the
It's like a
doorway.
little pot. Yeah, from my bandolier, I just throw it. It does like 2d4 to a square or something.
Yeah.
Then I just make it crawl up the door with my fire control.
Okay, he does that as Cloth comes down and picks up Krev, Brile, and Ventus, and as he as he's picking up everybody, you certainly hear noise at the top of the stairwell, and as Cloth is lifting up, you see at least 3 cloud giants come bursting through the stairwell. From what you can tell, you haven't recognized any of these cloud giants yet. And Cloth lifts off and starts to fly. They head towards the cloud giants head towards the rocks over here. And you see,
Can I just kind of blast them with Eldritch Blasts as we leave? Because I got a 300-foot range. I got decent range on these guys.
Sure, go for it. And Ventus, if you got anything ranged to do, then go for it as well.
No, I think Ventus is just kind of lost in thought of how in the hell are we going to get Lore back. I think I'm going to have Minnie Penny fly towards me and turn her invisible, and then send her off to go find Lore.
Okay.
So there's now an invisible owl down there that's going to be sweeping through the castle, and I tell her, go through the castle, find Lore, tell him we will be okay. And like I put like a little sheet of parchment in there that says the time and the date that we're going to come back.
Okay. And we'll deal with Minnie Penny in a bit. Both 2017, both those hit.
Even 20 points of damage to whatever the first one was that poked his head out.
Okay.
Parting gifts.
Yeah.
And let me know if I can take I don't know how fast Cloth moves, but let me know if I'm going to take 2 shots every round until we're out of range.
Gotcha.
The range is 300.
Yeah. He moves at 80, but he's going to start booking it, so he's going to go at 160.
Which means that I think I get one more shot and that's it.
Yes, but not
Or
before,
one more set of shots, and then it'll be out of range.
Yeah, not before these guys start chucking rocks at you, though.
Oh God. Well, let's see what happens.
At disadvantage, given that you're out of range. If anything hits, I'm going to roll a 1d4 to figure out who it hits between the 3 PCs and the 1 NPC. Or no, I should do that the other way around.
If I may make a suggestion, just because of the size of Cloth
Yep.
versus all 3 of us.
Go after Cloth?
Well, no, roll a d8.
Yeah.
5, 6, or 7 is either Ventus, Brile, or myself. Everything else is Cloth.
Gotcha.
Your call, though.
that
I'm
makes
just
sense.
No,
I'm
no,
just
good
thinking
call.
for the size.
Yeah. So roll a 1d8. You said, and 5, 6,
Yeah,
and 6, 7, or 8. Or are you guys?
yeah.
Okay.
6 Ventus, 7 Brow, 8 Mike,
Okay.
8 Krev.
Okay. Here comes 4d8 for 4 rocks. So an 8, a 5, a 2, and an 8.
Holy fuck! 2 of them just hit me.
Well, we don't know if they hit you yet.
Yeah,
It's at disadvantage. So the first one going after number 8 is a 20. Sorry, 19 disadvantage.
I'm dead.
Are you dead, or are you dead?
What are the rules for instant death?
If the
First, tell me how much damage, and then let's work this out.
You know what? I want to do it the other way. If the remaining hit points are more than your max hit points, you're dead.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to do a lot of damage in 1 rock. So, because my hit points are 76. I'm a stout bloody half orc.
Yeah.
But if you manage to do 82 hit points of damage in 1 hit, yes, I'm dead.
Okay. 37 bludgeoning.
Right. So I definitely need to start making death saves.
Yeah. We're gonna do the other 3 rocks here. The next 2 go to Cloth, which fails critically, and the 17 also misses or bounces off his rough hide. And now, do we send the last one to you now that you are?
I'm sure they all of them threw at the same time, right?
Yeah.
This was just randomly where they were going to hit when they collided, because they're all basically aiming for the same thing.
Yeah.
So if you hit me, that's an automatic death save. If you crit me, that's 2 death saves failed, and we'll go from there.
I don't know if I want to do
It's
that.
fine. I'm okay with this. I'm not angry or anything like this. It shit happens. Hell, I gave myself one of the best chances not to get hit at all. I even managed to convince you of it, and it still screwed me over. So the great RNG generator in the sky doesn't like me right now.
Yeah.
But I play Warcraft, so I'm used to this.
Gotcha. An 18 at disadvantage.
Well, that hits.
19 bludgeoning. 1-9.
All right, so 1 death save failed.
And
Ventus is watching in abject horror as his buddy just gets pummeled by rocks. I'll probably yell out "Klaus" to see if he'll interfere or try to protect him or something.
well, on Klaus' next turn, he flies another 160 feet, booking it. So now he's 320 feet away, and he's out of even disadvantage range of the rocks.
Okay, I'm going to ask Klaus to put me next to Krav so I can force feed a bottle of healing down his gullet.
And Cloth brings his claws together in a not a very graceful way, but he's able to pull it off.
All right, and I shove a heat potion of healing down your maw and wait for you to come back to life. It's 2d4 plus 2, I believe.
2d4. So with 7 hit points, because as I understand it, your hit points don't actually go below 0. They're just at 0, and then you make death saves.
Yes, there's no negative hit points in 5e.
So during the round when you came to feed it to me, I failed 1 more death save, but thankfully there was still 1 remaining. So I was 1d20 away from croaking it. So thank you, Morphle. I wake up and it's like, I basically look at you and with not a hint of irony, this was a bad idea.
Brile agrees with you.
Well, friend, we're going to have to come back and repeat this dumb idea because we left lore down there. I got many penny off searching. Don't move your right arm. It's crushed.
Okay. When you mention that lore isn't there, Krev looks around again and remembers, and it's like, just the look in his face is He looks like he's about to break down.
Well, in the time
He's holding it together, but he looks devastated.
Ventus will try to reassure you with one of those old man around the shoulder things, but you're so much bigger than me. I kind of have to reach up a little bit, and I don't quite make my arm around your shoulders.
and as
But I'm trying to comfort you.
and as you move to make that, Clouth is finally uncomfortable flying this way with his claws so close together. So he pulls them back into the natural position. So you just reach out to kind of put your arm around Krev's shoulder, and then all of a sudden you just see Krev go further away from you, and Ventus go further away from Krev.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's such a cool visual, though. I like it.
I look up the red dragon, and it's like, and Krev just kind of, he just kind of hangs there, defeated. I'm assuming that there's a Jureg like gripping tightly to my shoulders or something.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
looking kind of worried and nuzzling up against you, given the fact that he just saw you go limp for a while and get hit with a really big boulder.
Twice.
Yeah. Just realizing I didn't make any dex saves to see if Clouth let go of you, but let's not go down that path. Or not dex saves, yeah, dex saves. So in the time that this is happening, which has not been that long, a handful of turns, maybe 3 to 5, somewhere in that area. Mini Penny has now had time to go flying off. So she went flying off the edge here and pretty much straight down, knowing that that's where Laura was thrown, last seen. And she sees. Let me see if I can't do this way. No, I can't do that way. Give me 1 second.
This is pretty much a solo mission for her because she's so far outside my range. I can't channel my essence into her to see through her eyes right now. So she's just going to go off and carry off her mission independently of delivering the note, bringing a note back if Laura so chooses to write something.
Oh, how far is that range that you can communicate or see what's going on?
Like 300 feet or something.
Oh, okay. Well, as because in a couple turns, Cloth got to 320. How fast does Mini Penny fly?
60.
60. Okay. So she's also booking it. So Cloth does his first turn flying away. People get hit with rocks. Mini Penny heads over the edge here and starts to fly down. She doesn't see Lore. Lore's here just for purposes, but she does see this cloud giant here that is. Let me get to another thing so I can describe this. That is heading around the side of the castle towards a door that on this picture you can't see, but it's essentially what would be the word on the same, not plane. Anyways, it's where this door would be on this side of the castle.
Okay.
So if that's 3 o'clock, then the door is at 9 o'clock. And so she sees this cloud giant heading towards that door, and that's all she. And she also sees a broken window over here, a few feet up from the ground. So do you guys continue, and then in the next turn, just as you go out of range with Mini Penny, that cloud giant gets to that door that I pointed out, and Mini Penny flies in through the broken window, feeling that that's the only way that she feels that she can really get in.
Okay, so I kind of like lose sight of stuff as she flies into the window. Then.
Yeah, but let me do something just before. I think if if I do this. Do you see a different map now, Ventus?
Hold on one sec. Let me get back to the old tutor here.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't see any changes. So if Ventus does see it, you've been able to give it to just him.
Yeah, and that's this is the first time I've used the split the party.
Can you center it on me? Ah, haha. Okay. What is that thing?
Okay, so do you see a different map then?
All I see is clouds. So
yeah,
I'm
I
guessing
see this
yeah.
stuff here.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see this guy lumbering this way towards the doorway, and just as you get out of range, you see Many Penny fly into the window and see 3 dead creatures, 1, 2, and 3, and you recognize Lore through the doorway. This door is open here.
She makes a beeline for him, and he's going to probably be surprised that this invisible force is flying towards him. So she'll squeak in her little Mini Penny squeak voice to alert him that it's her.
And just as that happens, you go out of range, and you no longer
Okay.
you no longer get any more information from Mini Penny.
I let the guys know as we're flying on Cloud that I did find Lore and delivered the message for tomorrow's attack coming back. He knows that we left, and he's on his own.
With a cloud giant
in
down to a doorway.
yes, basically in a cloud giant keep. We're gonna find his body on the ground before morning.
If I could get, I don't know. No, there's nothing I can do. Unless the DM wants to let me be able to cast invisibility, that touch spell through my familiar.
In normal cases, would you be able to?
She can cast grass.
Well, here's actually one thing. He's likely to be just thrown from the castle. If I can get a short rest, I get my spells back. I can fly up and try and just be ready to catch him.
Well, the thing is, when I mentioned that Clouth is going to take us back, at that point, did Barial say that he wants a long rest, or did he say that a short rest would be fine, and then we'll come right back? I guess that's
the thing is, for you and for Barial, you need time to recharge. I don't need as long.
Yeah, I don't. You guys might know Barial's character a little bit better than I do. Does he need a long rest to get a bunch of his stuff back, or a short rest?
No, he needs a long rest to regenerate his spells.
Okay.
That's druids. But the thing is, based on the way which he's played the character, he wouldn't want to leave Lore there, but he's not going to endanger himself to. Yeah, I don't. Unless we have a very good plan of attack. I'm not sure how willing Brile will be to go back.
Yeah, we might need a full day to convince him.
Well, go ahead, Dethick.
Sorry. As Cloth is flying away, Krev is trying to think of a plan. It's like, okay, in an hour, pull myself together. I'll send. Actually, then he just looks over at Jireg. It's like, Jireg, buddy, hang out underneath the castle, out of sight. If someone sees you, run for it. Keep watch for a body falling. Let me know if it happens. And the idea in Krev's mind is that after an hour's time, if Lore gets thrown, he'll be in a position where he can actually fly up, match speeds, and catch him. and basically do a little Superman scene, effectively.
Mhm.
Only without the physics-defying thing where he just catches Krev and breaks back while doing it because of the sudden stop. But that's Krebs' current plan. He is not really discussing it with anyone because the conversation between him and Jureg happens silently. And so Jureg just flies off and hangs around, hiding in the clouds as much as possible beneath the cloud giant castle. Because all he's trying to do is watch for someone being thrown off the battlements. And otherwise, Krev is attempting to get as comfortable as possible and just rest. Which I think even just lying back in a dragon's hands could qualify because he's not doing anything exceptional right now.
Yeah, I would say that you're not checking off any of the boxes that would negate a short rest.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to do as little as possible for the next hour to pull back all the energy I need to recast spells.
And Ventus, do you I just heard from Rob, and he's going to be showing up pretty soon, apparently.
Oh, good.
Yep.
So let's go to the either the black cultists or the dragon cultists and sleep there, or we can ask Klauth if he has a place that's close by where we can rest.
Okay, and the other question I was going to ask is Ventus, do you describe to the party what you saw through Minniepenny's eyes in the time that you were connected with Minniepenny?
Yeah, I let him know that
So I kind of thought that's what was happening. That's why I sent Jureg to watch for a falling body.
Yeah. Well, let me just give you a little bit more info than in yeah, a little bit more info to see whether this adds anything to your plan or not. So, Minniepenny went in through a window, and about 65 feet, 70 feet away from that window is a door that the cloud giant is heading towards. When she goes into the window, uh, she sees Lore out in a hallway about 50 feet away, um, and surmises that Lore is about 20 to 30 feet away from that doorway that the cloud giant is heading towards. So if that kind of creates a bit of a picture, Minniepenny, Cloud Giant, and Lore are all within a bit of a triangle of about less than 100 feet, with only a few doors separating them.
Somehow we spontaneously generate enough levels to be able to scry and teleport them out. Sorry.
Yeah. So, and you are about 300 feet away. Well, I'd probably give it a little bit more than that by the time Ventus describes everything. Now, Cloth is slowed down a little bit now that he is out of range. Now he's flying his normal speed. So you're about 350 to 400 feet away from the castle. When now that you have this information, you can continue with the Jureg plan. I just didn't know whether that changes anything.
No, I'm still going to watch for it. I'm still expecting him to be thrown, and that I'll need to either know where to collect the body or know where to go up and catch him if it's delayed for an hour. I don't know if they like to play with their captured people.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The question is Lore going to have enough time to get the note from Minniepenny, read it, and then write some sort of response back before the frost giant has his way with him?
Let me do a couple of quick calculations here, and
That would kill him.
From your last connection with Minniepenny, you feel that she would be able to dart up to him quickly. He would probably, if he would probably just have enough time to do that before Mr. Cloud Giant opens the door, which is only about 30ish feet away from Lore.
Hey, Witchy.
Good morning.
Hey,
I'm
man.
Richie, good morning.
I'm gonna have echo for a few minutes because my phone's dead. Bear with me.
Okay, what tackle? Sorry, you're getting yourself set up because your phone's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Tackle that while these guys are just strategizing something, and then we'll fill you in on what's going on.
Okay.
We are getting a bit of an echo from you, though. Are you able to mute while you're setting stuff up?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Okay, thanks. So, Mini Penny would just be able to get there, and Lore would be able to write a response if that's in his nature before she feels that the Cloud Giant would be accessing that door, which is only 30-ish feet away from Lore.
Yeah, Laura's response would probably be a great deal of bravado. So,
The message: dawn tomorrow, we return for you.
Fast forward, you get a message back, you fuckers. About 6 hours later,
he's all
6 hours later, a Mini Penny comes back with this message. Up yours, you assholes. Have taken Cloud Giant Castle single-handedly. Will attack upon your return. Sorry, so yeah, is the plan still the same? Continue to fly away from the castle, send Jureg to the castle.
well, that's my plan.
Okay.
And then once I get my spells back, it's like I'm going to stay awake until necessary, because and probably try and journey back towards the castle on the ground. Sadly, I can't make my fly spell last forever, but I need to save him if he gets thrown.
Mhm.
So basically, that's kind of my plan. I haven't actually told anyone about it yet because I'm just trying to rest and put my thoughts together. Kreb is very he's very on edge right now. And his orcish nature is getting the better of him in that his emotions are not even playing just under the surface. They're just raw everywhere. Just he's unsettled right now.
Okay. Well, Ventus and Boreal, you see Jureg fly off from Kreb's shoulder and start heading back towards the castle. What? And if nothing changes, Cloth is continuing to fly away from the castle.
Yeah, I don't think I do anything. I just let Cloth do his thing. I might inquire as to where he's taking us.
And remind me again. I sorry for keep forgetting this. Krev, you have some sort of always on communication with Krev as long as Jureg, as long as he's on the same plane of existence.
Yeah.
Just
I took an
telepathic communication sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, the actual thing's labeled voice of the chain master. It's a incantation.
Okay. And then if you want to see or if you want to actually see or hear through Jureg, you go blind and deaf where Krev is in order to be able to see and hear where Jureg is.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, Jureg goes flying off, and let me do some quick math here. So in about a couple minutes, if Jureg is booting it, he will arrive at the castle. Let's get him on. Are you able to pull him onto the
Yep.
the thingy and just kind of place him where, in general, where you would think he would hold off at?
One moment. So let's just kind of put him down here. And he's literally going to be just flying around just in the clouds underneath. He's not trying to look in windows or actually find lore. He's trying to because there's nothing he can do to stop lore from being tossed off the side.
Mm-hmm.
So his job is not to try and interfere with that. His job is to stay alive and basically alert me if the body of a elf is flung from the castle.
Sounds good. And Witchy, are you with us now?
Yeah, sort of.
How you doing?
You sound tired.
And migraining. I don't know why I slept in so long. That's weird. I'm sick too, actually. It looks like. Surprise.
Well, that doesn't help.
We were.
You need.
Sorry, what does it need?
I need loving.
Well, you have it from your D&D compatriots.
Yay.
We were surmising with everything that's going on, coming up with the move and stuff like that, that I'm sure that's adding some extra stress. Juggles and everything.
Yes.
I have helped people move in the past for beer and pizza.
We have movers coming. My work is paying for all that, so that's okay.
Good stuff.
Awesome.
Yar.
So who wants to fill in Witchy about what just happened over the last little while? Or do you want me to do it?
Sure. So basically, because of the lull in combat, Ventus convinced Clouth that it was time to leave. Krev almost didn't want to leave, but as he heard the footsteps coming up the stairs, and with the advent of 4 more giants coming out, Krev agreed to be picked up, and Cloth flew away. The giants arrived, threw 4 boulders, 2 of which hit Krev. He was reduced to less than 0 hit points, but excuse me. But Cloth, at Ventus's insistence, moved 2 claws together so that Ventus could feed me a minor healing potion, bringing me back. I had failed 2 death saves in the interim. So now we're moving away. I've sent Ventus has sent Minipenny to find Lore and deliver a message. I've sent Jareg to watch for Lore's body being thrown off the side of the castle. My current plan, although I haven't told anyone, is just to get my spells back, be located underneath the castle. When Jareg says, "He's falling," then I will go and catch him.
Okay, so who's falling?
So far, no one. I'm anticipating that the Cloud Giants will simply find the elf and go, "Can you fly, motherfucker?" and throw him off the side.
Okay. Well, just a reminder that there's fairies flying down to him too that are a round or 2 away.
Well, we're trying to figure that out.
I thought your fairies all got dispelled. That's why people went back to being normal.
The first time.
And the second time.
No, I haven't been hit again.
No, you know what? Rob is reminding me something from the end of last session that he did have some pixies heading that way or something like that.
Remember they were going, and it was taking time to get over the edge.
I had thought that you had turned me into a Tyrannosaur twice. Like, once got turned in, then you got hit, all the pixies disappeared. Then you did it again and got hit again, and all the pixies disappeared.
No.
Because I know that I could have sworn that I had 6 hit points. You gave me a Tyrannosaur's outfit, and then I was back to 6 hit points again.
So I remember the
if
first.
You went...
Yeah, go ahead. I remember the first one. You got turned into T-Rexes, then you got hit from behind by the invisible stalker, and all the pixies and T-Rexes went away. Then what happened?
Then I was like, screw that noise, and because I had nothing else to do, it was that or I was going to cast Fairy Fire to try to get them visible, but I figured that wasn't, I didn't have enough time because Deathic would probably die if I did that. So then I cast Fairies again and turned 3 of us into That's it. Or actually, that's how we were flying too, right? Or is that in the first cast? I have to think for a second.
That must have been the first cast.
I think
Because
flying
that
was the
changes
first cast.
everything that we would have tried. If we were Tyrannosaurs, we probably would have still been fighting.
So this is why
Yeah.
I think
this is why we need
we
Rob.
were, because we went to the when the giants were coming upstairs. We were coming up there to snack on them when they came up.
So you turned everybody into T-Rexes and brought. And
I
had
didn't.
some-
My handy fairies did.
Okay, but
You turned everyone to T-Rexes. Carry
you got-
on.
You. But I just want to go back to the first one. So you turned people into T-Rexes, or the pixies did. You got hit. The pixies went away. The T-Rexes went away, and then you cast pixies again, woodland creatures.
Yep.
And they again turned everybody into T-Rexes.
I said, yeah, it worked the first time for a second, so might as well try it again. And then two of the fairies went over looking for lore because they were commanded to protect us, and then they were going over, but because of the slowness, whatever, you're being mean to me and wouldn't let them catch up to the other giant because he had a head start, but he went over. And then the next round, they just made it to the very end of the wall or whatever. And then the round after that, they disappeared. But he was already over the thing and gone by then.
Brett,
Okay.
we may have to back right up to the beginning.
Anybody
Sorry.
retcon this?
Because that basically
This is
changes
why-
every action that I would have taken.
Yeah, this is why Rob shouldn't be late to D&D games.
I'm so sorry. I'm migrating
Because
and
I
I'm sick.
honestly
And
thought that we had I honestly thought we had been basically turned into and out of T-Rexes twice.
no,
I
'cause then
remember
on
the second
The
time.
next round, I would have summoned something else if that had worked, because I still have spells. Not many, but I still have spells. They're mine.
Okay, if we're gonna go back, which I'm very happy to do so. Krev does. Do you remember what hit points Krev had? I think it was
6.
Yeah.
I had 6 hit points.
okay. So
Believe me, I
also have-
remember
I
when the
still
guy
have-
has 6 hit points.
yeah. So
And I still have healing spells left, and so I would have been trying to make sure you're okay, and you wouldn't have to do death saves or potions unless that's unconscious.
Let's just start over.
Vorpal, take back a lesser healing potion.
And my alchemist fire.
Yep, that too.
okay, we're going back in time.
So we just had a weird flash, as if someone was messing with our minds. This is what could happen if you don't run.
What could happen even if I do run?
Yeah.
All right. So back
It's the top of the order,
to,
and
back
I'm sitting
to-
there.
Back to reality.
Let me just check what I have left for spells before I talk up my ass. I'm pretty sure I have a few good ones left.
All right. So that means I need to draw that square back over top of Krev.
I cannot see anything on the map. Oh, there it is. Weirdness.
They're coming up right there, right? Isn't that right, Brett? Right here?
Yeah. But if is that going to be your move? We're at the top of the turn order for you. Is that going to be your move?
Yeah, T-Rex goes over there and waits for someone to come out, and then I'm going to bite his head off.
Okay.
I freaking hang on. Sorry. No, yes. Come back here and get what's coming to you. I'll bite your legs off.
More like.
Yes, mine was a Monty Python quote. Yours was growling.
Yes, I know.
Okay, everybody hold your movement for a second. And Witchy, how many pixies? You still had 8 after the second conjuring?
Yeah, none of them have ever been hit.
Okay.
They quickly go back to invisible whenever they have to become visible.
And they're invisible
No.
right now?
Yar.
Okay. And you sent how many
Yes.
towards lore?
That's right. 2. 1, 2. Well, they just did that on their own because they were told to do their thing. Because remember, I'm kind of stupid right now. But very. I'm just counting my spells.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm gonna duplicate you. Well, no, you can't see through the pixies anyways. They can't communicate with you, so.
Well, unless I telepathically talk to them, but I probably wouldn't do that because I'm kind of dumb. I just talk to somebody I can see.
Okay.
I had my.
Actually, we did establish that you do need to be able to see things to telepathically communicate with them anyway.
Yes,
So.
we did. Yes, we did.
Where?
Okay,
somebody
so
closed my notepad. It makes me cranky because it had all my hit points and all that kind of stuff in it. I still had it open on my desktop. Oh well.
I was going to say, ever consider that you might have done it and just not remembered?
No, I didn't. I kept it open on purpose. Oh well.
So is Cloth going to come land and get ready to attack these guys coming out too, or is he going to be?
yeah, just sorry, just give me 1 second. My son just popped in. 1 second.
Let's worry about one thing at a time. We may be going back, retconning this, only to find out that Cloth is going to, just book it. Hopefully he will be nice enough to say, I'm leaving. Are you coming or not?
Yeah, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, you guys gave me all kinds of ideas for Cloth now. Okay, so if everybody's ready, Ventus made a move, and are you readying in action when they come up the stairs? Is that the idea?
Yep, readying an action to bite their heads off when
Alrighty.
they come out.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's Ventus's turn. Cloth will fly somewhere over here to keep an eye
Don't
on
forget to
everything.
use one of Cloth's legendary actions once per round.
Yeah, and he doesn't have his breath weapon back. Does not. But he's going to ready.
Those wands too.
Yeah. Well, he can either ready a wing attack. He can ready a frightful presence. Or he can use his. What are his wands? Where are they? Cantrip.
Does the wing attack do a knockback?
1 second here.
It would hit all of us, yeah.
Knocked prone, not knocked back, but knocked prone. Just get into his wands here. It says he's carrying 2 wands, but it doesn't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he readies one of his wands.
Cool.
I'm just going to check which one he's actually going to ready.
How cool would it be if I reduced on those wands and I was like, mine? How long would it take him for him to bite my head off?
It wouldn't take very long. Wouldn't take very long at all.
You would probably be a crispy critter relatively quickly.
I'm just like sitting there all grinning with my white beard, just holding these 2 wands, but they're still like too big.
Yeah.
I'm just in golden fire.
Okay, so he readies one of his wands there, and we'll worry about lore later. Krev, you're up. T-Rex Krev.
Well, T-Rex Krev is going to move here. And I will also ready an action to bite, or if I have to move one step closer.
Ideally, you probably should be just a mic closer. Actually, both you. Well, yeah. No, I think you're good there.
So I'm going to
Stuff up.
basically take a chunk out of the first giant that comes within melee range.
Okay. And Bryle.
I see this comical thing in my brain with this with this T-Rex running as fast as he can with his tiny little hands flying, going, "Ah, I'm so hungry." So I think that's kind of what he's doing, just like charging at where these guys are coming from. Mouth snapping at the air wildly. I don't think that like they're still coming up the stairs, or they've come out.
No, they're about to come up the stairs.
I don't know. I is there a door or no door there? Is it like an open hallway coming?
There's no door. It's just like the top of a stairs. It's open right here.
Okay. I have a square. It's so pretty.
You know what? I just realized I can throw an aura around you in a certain color, so I might be able to help you guys out with. So T-Rexes are huge. So
Yes, they are. So 15 foot by 15 foot. At least I think that's.
I think he would be, honestly, I think he'd run up towards Krev and just kind of push Krev out of the way because he's trying to get past Krev to get at the food. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm?
I mean, they're not like zero intelligence. They have some intelligence, but enough like that they're still, I don't know. I think a 200 T-Rexes here in their way of the food might actually not be a good plan, but yeah, he'd come running and Krev's kind of in his way and he's going to try pushing Krev aside to try to get past him. But he's a little further back, so he won't get too far doing that. So it'd be more down like this, and like, I don't know, it's hard because Krev's in the way. Can I push him ahead a little bit, or?
First question is, do you think those squares are the squares that I just created? Are they too big for a?
They are. That's 20 by 20.
It's glorious. What are you talking about? You guys are just small ones. I'm a big one. No, I'm the daddy.
Like hell.
Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
It ain't you. Smaller still.
Yes.
There, if that looks good and that helps you out.
No, it's just a wee bit smaller still.
Thank you.
It should overlap with the square that I drew. There we go. Spot on. That's perfect.
Okay.
I can't see your aura thing. Can you see mine?
No, I
It's your
can't.
square.
I'll just leave the I'll leave the square I drew up.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Oh, yay! In a second.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Now I see his.
Second, you should be able to see everybody. So just give me 1 second.
Very cool.
Yeah.
My aura of T-Rexness.
And there's Briles.
Brow's got it.
Yay! That's
Briles.
appropriately purple.
Briles is tiny.
Is there a way to make mine sparkle?
Yes.
Alrighty.
I'm not feeling good. I need sparkles.
Now that we've
So, Witchy, where are you?
So I was like right behind Deathic basically, and running towards Deathic. They only have 30 moves, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, so I wouldn't get very far, but he would be able to get to Deathic at say 20 and like try to push Deathic out of the way and squeeze through to get at the food first.
Okay, does Dethick allow that in his
Oh hell no!
intelligent state?
Yeah,
Shall we do a strength check to see who gets pushed?
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, bother. If
Can
I
I'm gonna-
lose this, I will never hear the end of it.
And can I slap him with my little tiny hands? Move.
what is like a D20 plus 8 for strength? The T-Rex?
D20 plus 7.
7. Okay.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
It's a pretty damn good roll right there. Good luck.
His
Yeah, 5%
head's trying to push through.
Yep.
He'll snap at him a little bit, not to hurt him, but just to be aggressive and scary.
Which direction do you push Krev?
To the left, like my left. So just a little nudge up. It'll probably move him closer actually. But
But you trying to move me like 5 foot this way, 10 foot this way? What are you doing?
oh, he just wants to push past you, but he doesn't have enough move to really do that. So it's just going to be enough to be aggressive, but not like so.
All right. Fine.
See,
so
so if-
you managed to nudge him over like 5 foot or whatever. All right. So you managed
Kind
to
of,
nudge
yeah,
him
with,
over.
with my head
Move
kind of
back.
pushing
You moved
through.
20 feet. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to do
Back
that.
up
There
one.
we go.
Thank you.
Be nice to me.
Well, you just shoved me out of the way. Why should I?
Not out of the way. Just he's trying to push past you.
I shake my tiny
So
arm.
the Krev dinosaur basically snaps back at Belial, roaring furiously. Krev dinosaur's in a bad mood because the fellow he's trying to do stuff with is away and he misses him.
So is everybody where they're supposed to be after they get pushed and moved around?
I think
Yes.
so. It's time for cloud
Yeah.
giants to come up and be bitten.
Okay. Now my next
Yeah.
question is, Brile. I was gonna say, did Brile T-Rex take an action or reaction to do all that? But that's probably part of your action, so I'll allow it.
Excellent.
All right. Cloud Giant number 1 arrives at the top of the stairs, and you can see Cloud Giant number 2 on its way up. Those that you can see.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Now I can see these like 3 giant beasts snapping away at whatever comes through, like mine.
Yeah.
It's almost comical now.
Vorpal, the attacks are, let's see here.
Plus 10. It's D20 plus 10. The bite is 4d12 plus 7. The tail is 3d8 plus 7. They have to be targeted
Wow.
at different people, though. You rolled a 1. Congrats.
Yeah. Do I get advantage on this or no?
I don't think they have
Don't
pack
think so.
attack or whatever. No, it doesn't look like it. So nope.
Okay.
You failed critically. Dethick, you hit, so let's have some damage from the bite or the tail. I imagine you're biting.
Oh, it is a bite. It is. So reroll that one. That's a lot of 1s. That sucks.
At least
That could have been like 24 times 24, 48 plus 7. That could have almost been like 55 points of damage, assuming I did the math correctly.
Yeah,
Just
given
not
the
sure if
average
I
is
did.
33. Yeah, that wasn't very good.
Yeah. No.
Funny enough, you did the exact same amount of damage that you did in our alternate universe where you Eldritch Blast them as you were going away.
Yes. So apparently he was destined to get 20 points of damage done by me.
Nice.
I like it.
Okay. So
Okay.
that's reactions.
That's reactions, except for Klauth,
Uh-oh.
who lets loose his lightning bolt. A lightning bolt from his wand.
Ooh.
That's going to hit me, isn't it?
And given that Krev was pushed in the way, T-Rex Krev was
Oh
pushed in the way,
no.
I need a dex saving throw from Krev and the 2 cloud giants, and that dex will have to be, the saving throw will have to be 22 or higher.
Does Krev get advantage?
Why? Also, I can't make the saving throw because even if I was not a Tyrannosaurus, I don't. I take full damage. I can't roll higher than a 20.
But a 20 always wins.
All right, fine. I failed the saving throw.
The good news is both the cloud giants failed their saving throw too.
Oh, good.
Okay, good.
Here comes
Excellent.
the damage. 31.
Okay.
And those of you who know spells a little bit better than I do, does lightning bolt do anything after that?
Nope.
I don't think it bounces in this edition.
No, just straight line.
Okay.
Dex save.
Alrighty. Those are your reactions. That was...
I remember the fun in second edition where you fired it down a hallway and it turned around and bounced back and hit you if you didn't get the ranges right.
I remember that.
Cloud giant at the front, who I
Sorry, ignore the tick marks. That was me trying to clear it because that's my push to talk button. But the 105 is the hit points left.
Okay, gotcha. Cloud Giant in the front will swing his Morning Star twice at T-Rex Krev. Yes.
AC
well,
13.
he crits the first one and does a 30 on the second one. For 43, 53, 55 points of damage.
Well, thank
Wow.
goodness you're T-Rex.
Right?
Sorry, you said 55 points of damage?
Yes.
50 hit points remaining.
Oof. Now, will this Cloud Giant be able to squeeze between T-Rex Ventus and T-Rex Krev and get himself over here? Because that's what he's going to attempt to do.
Yes, I would think so.
Okay.
You're just moving through
It's
some
like double movement.
What's that, Ventus?
It's double movement to squeeze through spots.
Well, it's
Well, he's not squeezing. I mean, he's not actually passing through an area that can't hold his form. It's just occupied.
you cannot go through an enemy's square. You double movement if you're going through a allied square, but you can't land on it. So I guess the question is, if he goes from this diagonal to that diagonal, or is he effectively blocked off? I guess is my question.
I pasted it into the Roll20 chat.
Yeah, that's a smaller space. That's not the right rules for this.
Because that's where he wants to go.
Is there an equivalent of a bull rush sort of action where you can push past someone to like knock them prone and carry on?
Charge your feet.
Yeah, there's shove. There's shove, but that takes an action. This guy's already taken his action.
Well, I think he's toast then. I don't think he can get by. Because you had said that you're not allowed to move through a person's space.
Yeah.
Now, I do agree that you could make the option that your center of whatever is based here, but realistically, right now, Krev and this guy here are too close, technically.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that. I would argue if we were talking 5-foot creatures, then a 5-foot creature could move from there to there. That's what I'd
Oh yeah,
I'd argue
easy.
that, but this guy's just way too big. So he sidles up there. This guy sidles up there, and that's about as much as they can do, I think.
Well, this fellow probably could take a whack at me.
Kenny, because he's
Oh, I mean, they're right next to each other right there.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna give you half cover though.
Okay, then 13 plus whatever half cover is.
Okay, so whacking
I should
away
know
with
this
two
shit.
morning stars. Half cover is +2.
15, thank you.
23 will hit,
Yes, it will.
and a 15 will just tag you.
Yes, it will.
28, 38, 40, 47 damage.
Shit.
I have 3 hit points left,
And yes,
and only 6 beyond that.
How would?
and yes, Vorpal, I saw the opportunity. They haven't moved out of your reach yet, but yeah. And reach is very important because if you have a reach of 10 feet, then you can provoke an opportunity attack when you're not physically next to somebody. So it's always good to remember that opportunity attacks are based on reach, not based on physical closeness. Okay, that's them, I believe. Yes. Ventus, you're up. Ventus T-Rex.
All right, my first attack is going to be to trip him to make him prone with my tail. So I need a strength or a dex from you.
Okay. Is that a thing a T-Rex can do?
It's just a movement. Not a movement. It's an action.
Yeah.
So he has to your 23 is not a attack roll. It's I've got to save against that.
It's an opposed strength check, isn't it? To trip someone,
Yeah.
opposed dex. Like you can, I think you use your strength, and they can use their dex or acrobatics
Strength
or
or-
something. It's in the player's handbook somewhere for is it shove? Is it?
Yeah, I think it's under shove.
Yeah, if you win the contest, you either knock the target prone or push it back 5 foot. So using an attack action, using a special melee attack, blah 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 blah. The target must be no more than one size larger than you, which we're fine right now. Instead of making an attack roll, you make a strength athletics check, contested by strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics of the other guy. And of course, if you don't have proficiency, it's just a straight up strength or dex.
Yeah, and I remember you saying it was +7 for strength for the T-Rex.
Oh, it is. They're strong motherfuckers.
Okay, so
This should work.
Here comes Cloud Giant strength roll. 24 just beats you.
Oh, shenanigans. All right, I'm going to try to do it again with my second attack.
Has to be a different guy for your second attack, though, right?
Yeah, multi-attacks on your T-Rex. It can't make both attack. You have one attack with a bite and one attack with a tail.
Yeah, but I'm foregoing those attacks to use my attack action to try and trip him. Knock
Sure.
him prone.
Yeah.
I'll go for
I was
it.
gonna say it's basically your call, Brett.
Yep.
And here we go again.
Here we go.
Same exact roll.
Ooh, a 15, so you trip him.
All right, everyone gets advantage now. When you bite him and stuff. It's going to be great.
Okay.
You want to put the little prone marker on his icon there for us?
Oh, there we go.
I made him
He's
red.
red. Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna make him red too soon. Very. That didn't come out right.
Ooh.
Mm.
Yeah. That's
I
your
take a
turn.
step over there as I trip him just to make room for everyone else.
Okay. That's your turn, Ventus?
Yep. In turn, tiny little thumbs up, you see? Little thumbs up. In turn.
Right on.
I'll probably roar out triumphantly that I knocked him on his ass.
Okay, given that Clouth will have disadvantage on range attacks, what would you like Clouth to do here?
Breath weapon.
Oh, let's recharge. He hasn't recharged it yet. And he still hasn't recharged it.
Well, he could still do another lightning bolt attack with his wand because that's a save and it's not an attack, ranged attack, so that would be okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. And this time it will just be one Cloud Giant, nobody else. Because the... actually, how big is the... how big is the
5 feet
5 feet
wide?
blast? Yeah, so never mind. Okay, Cloud Giant does a dex save.
Yep.
Fails miserably. And takes, 34. He's just starting to look a little beat up. And one second here. What's the range? Oh, there it is. Okay. Cloth will also just scoot back a little bit. And it is Laura's turn.
Laura serves a drink. Sorry, I'm assuming he's at work right now. So
Does he have fairies at him yet?
it depends on the type of bar.
I love you so hard right now.
I'm sorry.
That might be part of the game right there. I like it. That was a good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if the Pixies have caught up with this character yet.
They have flown down. Well, hold it. Would you know that the Pixies have caught up? What are the Pixies going to do when they catch up?
They're gonna. You can probably figure that out.
Cast fly, let him fly out the window, turn him into a T-Rex, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they would well, it depends on what your instructions were to the Pixies.
Yep.
To just protect us is all I said.
Okay.
Okay.
And two of them went off.
Invisibility and fly are the first ones that come to mind.
Yeah, I don't know if they can do invisibility in the other. I think they have the innate invisibility.
In that case, fly and something else.
Yeah.
Okay. Krav, you're up.
Okay.
Wait, don't I get to bite somebody? I didn't get close enough. I want to bite somebody.
It's not your turn yet.
Oh, I thought you went already. Sorry.
So I'm going to
sorry.
back up to here. I think, unfortunately, that provokes an attack of opportunity from this gentleman, because I want to make enough room for Brile to get in.
Yes, and again, this will be at.
Can you disengage without provoking?
I would. Something with an intelligence of 2 isn't going to.
If you're hurt really bad, like almost dead, the fight and flight thing should kick in, I would think.
I would assume you would just bite him, like while he's on the ground twice.
Once.
Or whatever, yeah.
You can either, if you feel the T-Rex would disengage, you can disengage, but that's an action, or you can not disengage and take the attack of opportunity. What do you think the T-Rex would do?
I just think that he knows that if he gets hit, he could die, and his self-preservation should still be there. Not that I don't want you to have a glorious mouthful. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want you to get killed.
My feeling is the T-Rex wouldn't care about the other T-Rexes, and so he's probably not going to move to. He's either going to bite or run.
I think he's just actually too true. He's probably just going to nibble on this guy and tail whack this one.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do. So I'll roll for this fellow here twice because it's advantage.
Yep.
Okay. This is a bite. Ooh, whoa.
All right.
That's an impressive roll.
Let me. I must have clicked on the wrong thing the second time. It puts things at the top of the list, of course. Yeah. I rolled the second one just to see if there was actually a crit on the first because of advantage. There wasn't, so I did 38 points of damage to this one. And now for the tail attack.
Okay, let me tackle the 38. Okay, got that. And then the tail attack.
I think that missed. 13.
Miss.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That is my coin.
That is your turn. Okay, Brile. Now it's all about you.
I'm gonna squeeze my head through for a bite.
Why don't you just move over here?
Because direct path. I know it's annoying.
Well, if you're gonna
But
kind of shove me over, because you can't reach him from where you are.
yeah, I guess if he's too much resistance. Can I get around him and still get a
Yeah,
bite?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, absolutely. You can get basically place yourself right there, and then nibble on him.
And now he's a little frustrated because something's between him and his food, and he's having a hard time with that. But he'll take it out on this guy. One moment, please. So what's the roll?
1d20
D20.
plus 10.
So I'm gonna roll 2 D20s because second die, but it's just a 16 and a 20.
20.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Sorry.
Does the 20 hit?
16, 20. Yes, it does. I'm sorry. Yes, they both hit. Either one.
4d12 plus 7.
34. And he is
Nom, 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 nom.
bloodied and bruised.
You've moved, you've attacked. I think that's it.
Was there a second one in range?
For me, yes, not from where you are.
Okay, and then there's still 6 fairies behind me. So bear with me one shake of a lamb's tail.
They turn me into a lamb. I will be some pissed off.
Sorry, I didn't have their sheet open. There we go.
Who's like rolling on a mouse?
Rolling on a mouse.
There's this
Oh, that's
sound in the
stupid
background.
aquarium.
Oh.
You can add some more water in there. It's just a little low.
No worries.
I used up all my confusions.
I'm still confused.
And that's why the polymorphs got used. Yeah, that won't work. So I don't know if there's really much that they would be able to do. No, I guess not. There's nothing that they would do that wouldn't put them in harm's way, so they're going to stay hidden and out of the way. So that's my turn.
Okay. And invisible, correct? They're invisible?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Cloud Giant turns. First guy that's prone is going to get back up.
Half his movement.
Yippers. And then...
Oh, hold on. Doesn't our bite make them have to do a save or something?
No, that's
No, they're too big.
Oh.
And he is going to... Oh, this is awesome. He is going to all of a sudden appear here as a poof of misty cloud appears
Misty Step.
around him.
It's a warlock spell. Krev would recognize it.
Yeah.
The Tyrannosaur Krev just knows that something went poof, but yeah,
Yep.
this isn't good.
interesting. So I guess you and I would notice it once we turn back into humans. Be like, oh, he used Misty Step.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I would see it as a bit of a dream that when you kind of turn back into into whatever. It's like, hey, I think I kind of remember him misty stepping.
Assuming we survive this, but okay.
Okay. This guy here, all of a sudden turns into this foggy-looking mist, which starts floating in the direction of the T-Rexes. And I believe, one more second here, this is gaseous form. It says the target can enter and occupy the space of another creature. Does that mean another creature can hang out in its space too?
I'd imagine so. It's incorporeal right now, yeah?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yeah, I would agree to you. I would say yes as well. Oh, never mind. Just tough keeping track of all these guys. Okay, so this.
Do we get attacks of opportunity as it moves into our range?
No, it's only when it moves out of your range. So this third cloud giant has moved up into the spot and is going to Morningstar the heck out of Karev as well. A 20 and a 21 both hit.
That's right.
30, sorry, 29.
Wait, hold on.
So
they're hitting,
the first
they're hitting
one,
Krebs?
Yeah, they're having
the
T-Rex
the
Karev.
first hit. How much damage is just in the first hit?
29 piercing.
So
'Cause that would knock him out of form, right?
It knocks me out of form and reduces me to 0 hit points. So the first hit basically produces an unconscious half orc on the ground. You can take the ore off me now.
Okay. Good call on this.
And I am now bleeding out on the floor.
Now you can start making your death throws.
Okay, so this guy, well, his square is touching T-Rex Ventus, so he's going to take a go at T-Rex Ventus. I'm going to give T-Rex Ventus +2, half cover, because you're around the corner of the wall. So does a 21 hit T-Rex Ventus?
What's a T-Rex AC?
13. So yes,
13.
It does.
Then yep.
So you take 18 piercing damage.
Okay.
And that is... that is their turn. And you see a fourth one coming up the stairs there. Ventus, you're up.
Do I hit?
Yes, you do. And the damage is, what is the damage? That's your bite?
Yep. 34.
34. Okay. And is that it?
For my second attack, can I hold my tail attack till another frost giant comes within range?
You can, and your reaction ends at the, when does it end? At the start of your turn or something like that?
I don't know. Basically, I'm going to stand here and wait for another frost giant to get within range. If it does, I'm going to whack it with my tail.
Gotcha. Excuse me.
Oh wait, I had advantage on that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, you use your reaction before the start of your next turn. So you're holding your tail until the start of your next turn.
Yep.
Okay. And that's your turn?
Yep. End turn.
Okay, dragon time. He is going to send off a ball of fire from his other wand, and he's going to plop it such that it only hits T-Rex cloud, or sorry, not T-Rex cloud giant, cloud giant. Dex saving throw coming up, and he's still he fails, and so 8d6. 27 points of damage. He is not looking very hot. Well, he's looking very hot, actually. I think that's all Firebolt does, right? Yeah. I can't unhear that sound now that Krev mentioned it.
Sorry.
That's all right. And Klauth is going to just scoot back there. I think he's still in range. He can do what he wants to do. Oh, actually, he's not. He's going to scoot back to there. And it is Krev's turn.
Right. Here we go with the first death save. Success.
Success.
So we're one step closer to stabilizing. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, Bryle.
I have a trick. I just don't know how you're going to play it.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking up what happens if you try to cast polymorph on an unconscious player or an unconscious character.
Okay.
And it's all over the place, which is quite interesting. So, so first off, let me do my bite. Or wait, so is the other guy up close enough for my tail yet, or just the one bite still?
What are your reaches? Both you've got 10 feet reach, so yes, you are close enough to the guy to your left and the guy to your south.
Roar. So, what the hell just happened to my character? Hold on, sorry. Too many windows open. Where is it? Does it still show me in Roll20, or did I
No,
somehow
you're-
back?
According to us, you're.
Oh, there it
Roll20.
is. Weird. Okay, sorry. So that's on my bite. So it's ooh, he doesn't. I don't have advantage anymore. Too bad. So that's 39. As
Okay.
is my attack roll, and on.
Hold it.
Or wait, not 39. Sorry. 19 plus
29.
7 was it?
Yeah, you're good.
Or, and then the other one is 5 plus, but
Sorry, who are you biting? The guy to your west or south?
the guy that. Oh, hold on. Is the guy behind me ethereal, or is he tangible?
You have 3 that you can see that are tangible. 2 within your reach.
Okay, so the one behind me is the one that teleported, right?
Yes.
So that's would be biting.
Okay. 11 points, or how much damage on him?
41.
Okay. He is dead.
And I, throw him around in my mouth a little bit and then like toss him and whack with my tail and miss the guy coming up the stairs.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so here's the quandary for you. If Krebs' bleeding out body gets cast polymorph, there's a couple ways you could take it apparently. So the argument was that you can't consent or not consent when you're unconscious, so that everything I'm reading looks like people say you could do it because you can't be unwilling. But the only other thing is that if he does get turned into something else, he might still be bleeding out because it doesn't say he's full health. But then again, when you um, uh, polymorph somebody, they gain the new hit points usually, right? Because otherwise, we'd always have to do like a fraction of how much health you really have when you got polymorphed. So I don't know. Arguably, maybe they could get him back up.
Yeah. Okay. So take it to extreme. Let's say you polymorph. We'll deal with the willingness in a second. Say you
Because
polymorph.
some.
Say you
So go
polymorph
ahead.
a dead PC. So.
Well, not dead, but
Well, no, but
gone.
let's take it to the extreme. Let's say that a PC is dead. You polymorph it. I'm still going to argue it's a dead T-Rex. So now it's unconscious. So you polymorph it. Is it still unconscious, or is it a full health T-Rex because you take on the hit points of the
If I
T-Rex?
may throw in an argument,
Yeah, please do.
there is literally a game mechanical difference between 1 hit point and 0 hit points.
Yeah.
If you have 1 hit point, you're still up and about and you're going. And I think we all agree that if someone's polymorphed in that state, they get the full hit points of their new form because they are conscious that the spell works and it does what it does. 0 hit points is literally a different state for a different environment entirely. If you were to polymorph a sleeping person, you have a sleeping T-Rex. So my argument on this is you polymorph someone who's unconscious because 0 hit points, you get an unconscious and bleeding out T-Rex on the ground.
Oh, I found Jeremy Crawford. Is that the guy that people get rules advice from, whatever?
Yeah, and before you say that, if you look up polymorph, the first sentence says this spell transforms a creature with at least 1 hit point that you can see within range into a new form.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He says you can cast a spell on an unconscious creature if the creature has at least 1 hit point.
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. No, that, like I said, it was
Yep.
It was a Hail Mary idea.
So Jeremy Crawford is saying if you're unconscious but you get 1 hit point, you can polymorph them.
You have to have at least 1 hit point for it to work.
Okay.
Witchy, I seriously appreciate the Hail Mary on my behalf. Sadly, it doesn't work.
Yes. So that's why I just wanted to have the dialogue real fast. So alternatively, how about so is he in any danger right now?
Right now? No, not unless they decide to actually hit me.
Yeah.
Can you?
And I don't think I've honked Brett off enough to actually have them do that.
Yeah, exactly. Can you do a couple entangle rolls? Or actually, there's just one visible, right?
Cloud giants?
Yeah.
There are 2 visible cloud giants. The one that's you
dead
referral is behind the one.
Oh. There's an ethereal one that's okay. So I was a bit confused who that was. So there's another one we can see who's an ethereal and one who's not.
Yeah. So let me just do this. So that guy who's gray is ethereal, and this guy is not, but he's kind of he's inside the gaseous form of the other guy. So he's kind of surrounded by some fog, but you can see him.
Glorious. Dispel magic.
Okay. On the gaseous form guy?
Yes.
The pixies have dispel magic? That's cool.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
All right, what do they have to roll?
That's how they dispelled the fly. So if the spell's over 3rd level, then it's then you'll have to look that up for me. I'm just away from my computer for 1 second.
I'll look it up in a second. First of all, I want to find out what a gaseous form spell is. It is 3rd level, and
automatic.
Spell magic is any spell 3rd level or lower. So poof.
So here's a question.
Yeah.
The other guy's inside of him?
He's in his fog.
So they're basically squeezed up as the guy reforms. They're squeezed up against each other. So they're probably at disadvantage for attacks right now because there's 2 on top of each other.
Well, I would also
or similar.
There's some rules where if somebody kind of appears in a spot where somebody else is, then somebody kind of gets pushed out of the way, as it were.
There is a dead or an unconscious Kreb that's not is doing a zone of control anymore that they could slide into.
Yeah, so I'm going to sort of argue that something like this happens, and then
So
this,
he doesn't materialize inside of the other guy, and because that would have been
No.
totally cool.
I would say one guy pushes the other guy like just in it unconsciously. One guy is pushed out of the way, and since they can only go, I guess they could go in two directions. If they go in Krev's direction, Krev just gets slid over as well.
Or I'm standing under him. I mean, he's not exactly taking his time not to step on me.
Yeah, no,
But yeah,
I would do something like that. Brile,
Anyway.
roll a 1d2. A 1, everybody gets pushed to the west. A 2, everybody gets pushed to the south.
Can you roll it for me, please?
Oh, yes, I can. I forgot your. Okay, so exactly what I mentioned. A 2 would have meant the cloud giants get pushed down the stairs. Okay, so there you go.
Is that a 2 that you rolled?
Yeah, no 1. I rolled a 1, so everybody got pushed in the direction that is now on the computer thingy.
Okay. And now entangle roll.
do you
I
mean
just remembered
entangle or
that.
spike growth? Because you
Entangle.
Okay.
These aren't me. Yeah.
Okay, and what's an entangle roll? Remind me what I've got to roll.
It's the spell, sorry.
Weeds and vines
Apologies for
sprout
making you
in
do this.
20-foot square, starting from the point within range for the duration. Difficult terrain. A creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw. Okay, or be your stand. So where are you placing this?
Right in the middle of the two of them.
Okay.
Oh,
Should be able
what's
to hit
the
them both,
DC?
right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so,
their DC was
Like 12 or 13?
12.
12.
so if somebody could draw a 20-foot
On it.
square, please, while I do the DC rolls.
And if it fails, there's going to be a couple more because they'll just cast it on top of each other.
And running a little slow here.
We'll put it there because that'll catch anybody that comes up too.
Okay, sounds good. What the heck is going on here? There we go. Strength saving throw.
Which I know is another Hail Mary, but
Yeah.
it worked once before.
The guy closest to Krev gets a 24, and the guy further away gets a 23.
Okay, and again, second spell, same spot.
Okay.
How about we speed this up? How many pixies do you have?
6 up here.
Okay, so there's 6 up here.
And
Then why don't you just roll each one of these guys 6 times? If they all manage to succeed.
well, they wouldn't use them all at once, I don't think, because what if they move out or whatever? So just do like 3 of them if
all right,
necessary.
make 2 more checks per dude.
Yeah. Are
Okay,
we
well,
impatient this morning?
Okay,
Let's become conscious.
I've done the next 2. What's the DC again?
12.
Okay, so the first guy nearest Krev succeeds again, but the guy further away fails, so he is entangled.
Okay. That's just leave it at that.
Okay, so the green guy's entangled. Okay, that's Brile's turn.
That is.
Okay, Cloud Giant nearest Krev will move here, including the difficult terrain to get out of there, and attack Brile twice with Morning Stars here.
I have a different AC than those guys do because of that ability, remember?
Okay.
But tell me what you hit.
17 on the first one, and a 28 on the next one.
What's the base AC again for
13.
That's yes, they both hit.
Okay, that is
Yes.
36 damage.
Okay.
Total?
Yes.
Wow, that's not very much.
No, it got off.
Nah,
easy.
nah, 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 nah.
And then dude that's entangled.
I think he can
Creature
take an
restrained-
action to unentangle himself.
Can
but-
use a strength stat. One second here. Just
Poof.
yeah, I think he's gonna poof himself. Right there. So he is unentangled.
Yep.
That was his action.
Yep.
And this guy coming up the stairs.
If he gets within range, I get to whack him with my tail, I think.
A creature in the area, when you cast a spell, must succeed on a strength saving throw, be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. A creature restrained by... So it doesn't mention anything about a creature entering. A creature entering the area, it's difficult terrain.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mention anything about them being entangled. A creature in the area
That's
when
correct.
you cast the spell. So I believe this guy can move up
He
there.
has double movement to get there, but yep.
And he has an attack. So he's going to go after Brile with 2 Morningstar attacks. Why did that sound like it rolled twice? Okay. A 15 and a 14 on Brile. T-Rex Brile.
Miss.
Okay. Alrighty. It is Ventus's turn.
All right. Does a 20 hit?
Yes. Which one are you attacking? The one to your north?
Yep, that one right there. And then
Okay.
I want to tail whip the other one.
Yes.
Okay. So 20 hits. So that's 18 on that guy. And tail whipping the other guy.
And tail whipping.
That's a miss. Just a miss.
All right.
Jumps out of
End
the way.
turn. And I will end my turn.
Okay. Clouthy turn.
Dragon.
Lightning bolt right through the 2 claw giants. Dex saves, which these guys are terrible at. The first one fails. The second one crits it, so succeeds. And we are talking 8d6. So 25 on the first. And half of that, 12 on the second. So the second guy is just looking bloodied and bruised. And it is Krev's turn. I will deal with Lore and the Pixies when Seth is around. His actions will determine certain things.
Death save failed. 1-1.
Ooh, oh,
There's still 2 more before, there's still 1 more before it's like, I could die on the next turn. Don't panic yet.
Yes, if you roll a 20, you automatically save and have 1 hit point. If you roll a 1, that's 2 failures at once.
I have a question.
I rolled a 7.
Yeah, I'm just telling you next.
Yep, I know.
Yes, Brian.
I has questions.
Yes.
So when when I get hit and take damage and I have to do my concentration save, is that on my turn or is that like instant?
That's instant. So you actually, yeah, with that damage you took, you got to make some saving throws.
Yar.
Oh, but it's per hit. So in the breakdown, Brett, what were the two values? Because it's either 10 or half damage, or half of whatever the hit was individually.
Yes, and let me think here. Oh, that was the.
It was 30-something points of damage, which actually, if you divide into, it'll be 10 for both of them then.
And what's the bonus on a 19? Is that plus?
Sorry? 19, what do you mean?
Because that's my con.
It
Plus-
is a con saving throw, yeah.
Now,
So what's
is it
for
Ryle's con saving throw or
Well,
my
it's whatever-
stats are replaced in this form, right? So I use his con.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is
So
true.
what is the plus?
It is a little strange that you're able to concentrate on anything with an intelligence of 2, but
Hey, it's
I know. I'm not going to argue that you don't have the
Constitution
pixies right
is your
now. We kind of
ability
need them.
to withstand damage. So it's not necessarily concentration; it's just your ability to shake it off. I believe you got hit with a 20 piercing and a 16 piercing. So your con save will be a 10 because half your damage is not greater than 10.
what's the bonus for 19?
Plus 4.
Plus 4. So I failed the second one. First one is 17. Second one is 8.
So did all the pixies just go poof?
All the
Yeah.
pixies went poof. Their spells went poof. We have a Barial and a Ventus instead of 2 T-Rexes. Things just went very, very bad.
Yar. And I played it that the T-Rex wasn't really thinking about that when he attacked because he doesn't really think
Yep.
a lot.
So here's the question, Brett.
Yep.
Would the second what were the other 2 cloud giants doing? Or have we gotten to that part yet?
One guy poofed out of the. One guy poofed out.
That's
of the
right. And the other one moved up and tried to hit Barial.
Yeah.
Would he have done that or tried to pick Barial up? But I'm guessing he would have just whacked on him, which would have had probably the exact same effect.
Yeah.
Because the AC is not all that different. Like Barial, Witchy Barial's AC is like 13 or better normally.
Yes.
Yeah, so
17 plus.
okay, nothing changes then.
Okay.
I think probably easier to leave it that way.
Yeah, probably.
It's
Probably best.
Ventus's turn, but Ventus didn't bite things. Ventus had to do Ventus things now.
Okay.
So we're going back to Ventus's turn.
We'd have to.
Sorry,
That's
I
all
should have thought of that quicker. My brain's not working too well this morning.
That's okay. So.
Or if you want to, you can let Ventus's action stand, let Cloth's action stand, and we're back to Barial doing Barial things.
We can say that the trickle down effect took a couple seconds to kick in because
Just this once. We're not
Yeah,
setting precedent.
Yeah, exactly. Without precedent.
Yeah, let's do that if everybody's.
I don't
okay.
mind. I don't.
Ventus, you good with that?
Any
Morgan, you good with that?
Do I kill a T-Rex?
No.
You managed to do one last T-Rex action, but now you're Ventus again.
Oh, okay.
And it's
Unless you really want to do Ventus things, then
if you really want to retcon, then let me know because you just poofed out a T-Rex form.
All right.
If we're on top of things, you just poofed out a T-Rex form before your last turn.
Okay. So I didn't get the attack save.
You know what?
We're saying you could.
Let's go back to Ventus because nothing changes with Cloud. I don't think nothing changes with Lore. Nothing changes with Krev. So let's go
Nope.
back to Ventus for a second. Ventus,
Yep.
you before you tried to bite and tail swipe, you turned back to Ventus form. I am going to say one thing though, is that you have to keep the rolls that you had and just add your modifiers to it. So um, you rolled a 10 and a 3. So you're now Ventus. What does Ventus do?
I cast Mel's minute meteors, and then I toss them at just in the area where they're only going to hit the giants and not my friends.
Okay, and what's the range of not the range, but
Radius.
radius?
Radius and damage.
Would someone click on my sheet for me? I'm not in front of my PC right now.
Oh, hang on a second.
Thank you. If you go to the spell sheet tab, you can click it. That'll be the description, and then if you go to the quick items tab, do the actual damage.
You took Ventus out of my handbook.
Yeah, I did that because when I was whispering to people, people were seeing stuff. I'll add you back in a second, but I've got it right here now. Range is 5 feet explosion on impact. So yeah, you can tag them there.
Yeah, I tossed 2.
You toss 2 of them, both to the same cloud giant, or 2 different cloud giants.
I would like to hit 2 cloud giants with the 5-foot explosion between them.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Now my last question is, given that this is, I believe, a ranged attack.
Nope, it's not. It's a save versus my DC.
Oh, okay, perfect. And I'm sorry, which cloud giants are you going at?
The 2 closest, and they're close together. I'd like to hit both of them, if possible.
Okay.
I'm not right now, so
Yep.
just whatever you think.
Yeah, no problem. And you're casting it at normal level or higher level?
This is my last high level spell. This is my last 3rd level spell. So I now have 6 little glowing orbs above my head. 2 of them streak off and attack the giant, and that's my turn.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what level you're casting it at? I know you just told me, but
3rd.
3rd level. Gotcha. So it's normal. It's you're casting at its regular level.
Yeah.
Okay. So they do a dex saving throw. So guide to your north fails with a 9. Guide your south gets a 17. What's your DC again? Do you remember?
It's on that sheet.
Yeah, I'll look at it right now. It is a 17, so he succeeds. And
for half damage.
Yeah, 2d6. So the guy to your north takes a whole 8.
2d6 plus 5 because of my charisma. Fire.
Okay. He takes an 18, which he laughs off. And dude to your south takes a 9, which he laughs off a little bit, but he's also hurt. Okay, that's your turn.
In turn.
Okay, Clouth would have done the same thing. Lightning bolt, we took care of that. Lore, Krev did his death saving throw. So Bryle, have you done anything this turn, or did you just do a con save? Okay, alrighty. You're trying to conjure more woodland beings?
Yeah, now I'm conjuring woodland beings.
How many attempts do you, or how many
This is a different spell level. I'm out of 4th level. This is 3rd.
But conjure woodland beings.
Or not woodland beings. Sorry, no, conjuring animals.
Okay.
But I don't get to pick what they are, so because I failed that roll. So I was going for wolves. So you can tell me what comes if not wolves.
Okay, I'm getting that list up again. Don John's list.
Yeah, I have it up too.
Yeah.
So it's CR one quarter.
Thank you.
Beast.
Oh, we got millions to choose from.
Yeah. To be like giant owls, it can be giant centipedes. It could be whatever. I bet usually it's going to be what's appropriate to where we are. So I'm thinking it might actually be like birds or I don't know, swarms of rats or.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a
I'm
one.
trying to help a little.
Yep, I'm gonna roll 1d6 and then just gonna count down until we get to something. So at 2. So sorry, what did you try for?
Wolves.
Wolves. 1-2 is a boar. I think that's a pretty good switch out. What do you
Okay.
think?
Sure.
The next 2 is a cow. Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh. That's tough.
So
Okay,
boar.
boars.
Give me one moment. Just regular boars, giant boars, boar, regular boar.
Regular old boar.
It's not going to accomplish what I was going for, but whatever.
Hey.
I know.
I got you a boar. How many boars did
I
you get?
know. 8.
8.
And
Holy
yeah,
crap.
they're 1/4. Pretty sure. Hold on. Having a bit of a blonde moment.
Sorry.
Just double check. CR 1/4. I get 8. I also cast at
Whoa.
well. Oh wait,
Mean to do that?
how far is Krev? Krev's a bit of a distance. Is he still unconscious?
Yes, he is.
Let me just double check if that is. It is bonus. Say it's the wrong one. Yeah, I meant to do healing word because that's the one I can do as a bonus action and it's ranged.
Do you have control over those boars I just threw down there?
I will tell you in a second. Yes, I do. So same anyway. So 5 points of healing to Krev, and he's awake and up and in love still, not with me, but you know, just reminding him. Sorry, coffee necessary.
Okay.
So that's a bonus action. So I get Krev awake.
Yeah, I've turned red, meaning prone for now. And I just threw those boars down wherever, but you can. I assume you have control over where they arrive.
Yeah, they're all going to be literally.
Appear in an unoccupied space that you can see within range, so within 60 feet, unoccupied.
So there.
That's what happened.
There. You're up 5 hit points.
How? What happened?
I cast a spell at you. You're welcome.
And you're
And now you're
Do you
and you're
mind
surrounded.
telling me what spell it was?
I cast it in the thing. It's a
Healing
word.
word.
Thank you.
And you have 4 boars around you.
Did you heal yourself for 5 as well? Is that the other 5?
No, that was the wrong spell.
Okay, gotcha.
Let me just put everybody where they go. Where is Ventus?
He's right there.
Yes, I see now.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Suddenly all these boars appear, and then Boral's like, what the fuck? And then he throws a heal at Krev, who then becomes conscious. And then
Boral tried to conjure. What was it again? What did you?
I tried conjure wolves.
Yeah, and he failed, so boars appeared.
So these boars that are by Krev, they're actually 20 feet away, and then they charge at him first, and that's where they end up. That's why I put them there.
Okay.
The same as the other guys around us. They're all a little bit away, and they all can charge at us. So we get like 8 charge attacks because why not? So, hits with the tusk attack. Okay. Oh, and they get knocked prone. Maybe this will accomplish what I wanted. Okay, so melee +3. Okay, so first attack on these are all on the one just by Krev, I guess. I guess this one will have to be one over. Oh, that's his. Sorry, I guess that's not his square. That's one of our squares. That big square around the bottom guy. Is that right?
That's the entanglement. So that's half.
Oh,
half
okay.
movement.
So it doesn't apply. That's fine. They can still get in there. Okay, so miss. These are the ones by Krev. 13 hit or miss.
And they're hitting the guy in the rust colored box.
No, the one above.
Okay, this guy right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
AC?
Two misses. AC is 14. Two misses. Miss.
Okay, so none of them hit him. Then the one to my right, or to Krev's right,
Gotcha.
miss. And then to the one above me again,
Okay.
or beside to my left, I guess.
Yeah.
Miss and miss, and then the one by Ventus.
Yep.
Oh, hit. And the one below me is
attack. Okay, so those last two are hits.
Okay, so that's on the one below me in the box and the one above me.
Yep.
So it's the damage is not a lot, but it's
1d6 plus 1. These are
Yes.
just standard bores, right?
Yeah. So this is on the bottom one.
Okay.
And on the top one. Plus, because they charged in, there's an extra 1d6 on each of them. Same order. So
Yeah, I think I got it.
you got it?
8.
Yeah. And they have to do a
DC 11
DC 11
strength save.
strength check. Who knows? Maybe they'll roll low, really low, like 1.
Well, they have a +8 on their strength, so good luck on that one. Bottom guy.
That's what it's saying.
Bottom guy does a 12. What was the DC again? 11.
11.
11.
12 and 18 succeed.
Okay, worth a try.
Yep.
And now there's some targets to take on, to be targeted instead of us, maybe, and maybe save our lives a little longer.
Okay, Cloud Giant turn. I know there's 2 Cloud Giants on the turn order. Not too sure why. Well, this guy has they all have a reach of 10 feet. So this guy can reach Brile. This guy can reach Brile over the boar.
Oh my god, I'm so dead.
Yeah. And the other guy can reach Ventus.
Ventus, yeah. And they are going to go after the more powerful guys. I will give the first attack is not there's no space, there's no boar between Brile and this guy, so this is going to be clear attack. The next one with the boar in the way is going to be a +2 for Brile. So first attack, first 2 attacks. Morning Star on Brile. Free and clear is a 22 and a 29.
So I'm dead on the first hit.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah, you guys are in normal form too, right? Oh,
No, yeah, I might not be dead. So what's
okay.
the
first
if they roll really low?
The first one is 28 piercing damage.
Okay, I'm dead.
You're at 0
go
hit
down.
points on the first hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a Hail Mary to get those guys, hoping that they would be a distraction.
This is from the one below.
Yeah.
Embracing the fact that the TPK is upon us, he is also within range of Ventus.
Yeah, I usually play it unless there's a really good reason they don't hit somebody who's already down.
Oh, is Ventus down?
No. I mean,
I shot fire at them, and there's fireballs like dancing around
Yeah.
my head. I probably look like a pretty vicious target.
yeah, but what I'm saying is Brile. So you take 28, so you're 0 and unconscious.
Yeah.
And then, so first of all, did the boars go away? I'm pretty sure the boars go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on
He's
one
not
s-
concentrating on the spell anymore. And actually, question to Witchy, is the spell concentration?
Yes, but hold on actually 1 second. I think I have one more last ditch effort I forgot about.
At 0 hit points?
No, to make it whether he hit me or not. What was that first hit?
22.
The first hit was 22. The second was a 29.
Oh, I thought the first one was lower. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna hide that, is there?
No.
1 sec.
Yeah. So the
First one was lower, but the
'Cause I
second
have-
one was 29 hit points.
Yeah,
No, sorry, 29 to hit.
I can only add +1 to my AC for that hit after the fact, and that didn't help. And oh wait, what's that? No, that didn't help. And okay, no, my last little Hail Mary didn't make a difference. So
So all the boards are gone.
yar.
Okay, let me delete some boars.
I tried, guys. I tried.
And there's a lingering
The
smell of
DM's
bacon.
intent on killing us. I can only do so much.
You know the funny thing is, we did better before you got here, Witchy, because we had run
Oh,
away.
shush.
Okay, so Witchy is unconscious.
Witchy, if you were here, I'd give you a giant hug right now, but I'm sorry.
It's all good.
And so second dude sidles up to Ventus and rolls a 29 on Ventus, which
That
I think is
hits.
a hit. 25 piercing.
Okay.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my.
Oh me, oh my, I think that I shall die.
Okay, Cloud Giant number 2 goes after Ventus with his Morning Star. A 31 probably hits. 29 piercing.
Yeah, that hits. 29 piercing. I'm unconscious. We all died.
Well, I'm still at 5 hit points, thank you.
You're the only one who can save it. Oh, did he just move out of your range? Do you get an attack opportunity?
My range is 5 foot. He was 10 foot away.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I forgot that you were up, so he probably wouldn't have moved away, and he probably would have taken another conk at you.
Unless he didn't mention that he woke up.
Well,
I just look up. To be fair, I look up at him as he's winding up, and I just close my eyes.
Oh, no.
And it's like
he rolls a 31 as well.
my last thoughts are: I wonder if Oberon will collect me from the fugue plane.
For 25 piercing.
And that knocks me unconscious. Last words. I'll miss you, Lore. Thump.
Okay.
Now, in all fairness, there were a couple rounds that Laura had those fairies, and who knows, maybe he could have gotten back to us around now and changed the fight. Just saying. Just saying.
Just saying.
So, 20 minutes later, Lore basically finds out exactly how his brother died by dying the same way. We just had a TPK.
Wait, am I dead? If that guy
we're-
didn't hit me, then I'm still.
No.
No, you got hit. Yeah. So you're all at 0 hit points. I don't think any of you.
Wait a minute. No, because didn't you say he wouldn't have moved away to go attack?
No.
It doesn't really matter. I have 5 hit points and no spells. There's a dragon that possibly could come by and pick me up, I guess. But
Well, if this guy didn't move, I'm at 28 hit points and not 0.
Okay,
Right,
just
'cause
one second.
he-
Just 1 second. 2 Cloud Giants moved towards Ventus. The 1 Cloud Giant hit Ventus for 29 damage.
Which one?
This guy.
The one that already uses attacks on me? Or
This
the
guy,
one...
no. This guy attacked you and made you unconscious. This guy attacked Ventus for 29 piercing damage and made him unconscious.
No,
it didn't. The second attacks did.
What do you mean the second attack?
I'm at 28.
He didn't. The first giant that attacked him didn't make him unconscious. It was the second one that you had move away from Krev to attack him that made him unconscious. But then you
Yes,
said,
but
"Oh no,
this
if
one hit him
Krev was
unconscious.
that's the one who hit him first.
Okay, hang on.
What about this one?
Okay, hang on.
Hit me.
Hang on. This guy here hit Bryle and made him unconscious. His actions are done. Okay? This guy hit Ventus once with 31 and did 29 piercing damage.
Right. And he was still awake.
He's still awake.
Yeah.
Okay. So then he.
And then you had this
Let
guy
Brad
move
finish,
over.
okay?
Okay, just 1 second. Then
Oh,
this guy.
I'll just shut up and not talk then.
This.
Sorry.
Hang on. Hugs from
No,
afar.
no. Sorry, Krav.
Hugs from afar. This guy does Morning Star attack number 2 and hits Ventus again for at 31 for 25 piercing.
Okay, that's different than what you said before. That's all.
Yeah. No, I apologize. Okay.
Because you said the other guy moved over and then attacked him.
Yeah.
And then that's what made him unconscious. And then you said, oh, no, he wouldn't have done that. So therefore, you see the confusion.
Yeah. No, I had 2 guys move on Ventus because I forgot Krev was conscious. So this guy had moved on Ventus. There was going to be 2 Cloud Giants, 4 attacks on Ventus. But Ventus already went down on Cloud Giant number 1. And I had, forgive the retcon, but I had realized that Krev was conscious. So this guy wouldn't have moved over here. He would have stayed by Krev and knocked him out as well. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Now, Ventus, are you unconscious or are you... where are you in terms of hit points, max hit points?
I'm unconscious.
Okay, so you're not dead, you're just unconscious.
Yeah.
Okay, and Krev, you are you're unconscious as well.
Oh yes.
Conscious then unconscious. Okay.
Yeah, I woke up just in time to get clubbed over the head again.
Yeah. Okay, so Ventus, I need a saving throw, please. Death saving throw.
It's a pass.
Let's pass. You got it. Now, as you guys are falling unconscious, the last thing you see is Klauth taking his turn. Answer me this: if he does a wand of fireball, which is a 20-foot radius, and does it so, I guess he can put it up in the air so that it will hit these 2 guys, but doesn't hit Ventus on the ground, prone on the ground. I think that's reasonable, right?
Yep. I've been doing it all campaign.
Yep.
There is one minor question.
Yeah. What's that?
Would an ancient red dragon, massively self-centered, bother?
Well, considering he's the one who tried to convince us to come with him, maybe.
Possible.
Otherwise, he would have just done this on his own if he didn't really care. Or if he had no interest or vested interest in us being around for whatever reason.
Well, I can tell you this much: he does bother. You just don't know why.
Okay.
8d6. Both fail. 32. Okay, and then could somebody please roll me a 1d20 plus 6?
I got it. Oh.
I rolled a 20.
Actually, can somebody... yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Exactly what I said.
That was your death save. You just stand right back up.
No, that wasn't your death save, but it was a crit. And remind me again how crits work. You do your damage plus modifier. You do your damage twice plus your modifier once, right?
Yes.
All right. Please roll me a 3d10 twice. So that would be a 6d10. Okay. So as you are falling unconscious, you see an airship that you would typically recognize float up from below and shoot a harpoon at this guy right here, and impales him with a harpoon, taking 25 damage and leaving him with a harpoon through his chest.
Awesome.
It is awesome. Krev, let's get a death saving throw starting at 1 again from you, please. Starting at your first death saving throw is what I mean. Save.
Mm-hmm.
Bryle, let's do the same, please. Ooh, failure. I know you're all unconscious at this point. Ooh, a failure there. Okay, hang on for a second. I know you're all unconscious at this point. Cloud Giant with the harpoon in him tries to wrench it out. He does. And somebody roll me a 1d10, please, as he takes damage pulling this harpoon out of his body.
Nice.
10 points of damage. Airship's trunk.
And he is going to scoot it down the stairs. Actually, all these guys are going to do the same. And scoot it down the stairs. Let me think about this. Okay, airship, Cloth. Cloth fought. The next thing that you guys remember is coming to on a deck of an airship.
I lay down staring up at the sky. It's like, how did I get here? I literally say that out loud. Krev is basically, how did I get here?
And you see Laz kind of bending over you with the other, a few of the other cultists. He says, yes,
Hi.
we arrived just in the nick of time. Cloth had told us about the attack on the Great Castle, and we took off from wherever you guys left the airship. So many miles to the south. I can't remember the town name now.
Right. I sit up very rapidly. My head swims as I do so. It's like, oh, wait, where's Lore?
And there was only the three of you that Cloth picked up and dropped onto the deck. And as you're sitting up and you look around, you can see the Cloud Castle not too far away. So that you kind of figure that this must have happened relatively soon after. And you see a Cloth flying off into the distance. And Bryle and Ventus are also coming too. And
Did I wonder where Clouth is? And then I'll look at Lars and I'll be like, where is he going?
oh, he felt that his job here is done. He did remind me though, if that we end up taking the castle, that he does get 50% of the spoils.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Where's Lore?
I don't know. Last I saw, he was with you.
I look
Still
back at
on
the castle
castle.
I look back at the castle in absolute frustration. I try to summon the energy to cast Fly on myself, but I'm guessing it's not there.
You have. I would say you all.
Doubting it's been an hour, obviously.
No,
So
it hasn't been an hour.
We're lucky to be alive. I say we go camp, land down there in the forest, and then we fly back up and track the castle tomorrow morning at dawn.
And Laz would
I
say.
look over at the. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, Laz would say, I believe it would be most safe if we stay up here in the air as opposed to landing in the Evermoors below.
No, well, we don't want to be attacked by that castle, though, either. Can we keep it in the distance in our view so we don't lose track of it while we rest up?
Yes, most certainly. I believe we can stay within view, but staying outside of firing range.
Good. And I'll reach up and put out a little piece of my mustache that was on fire. I sit down and I start going through my pack, trying to figure out what all I want to take to get Lore back. There's just this look of silent determination upon the old man's face.
I look over at Jireg, and I tell him. I basically say, "I want you to fly reconnaissance. See if you can find him. Stay safe. If you're attacked, run."
Okay. And Witchy, what are you up to right now? What's Brile up to?
If he came conscious, he'd just storm downstairs without saying a word.
Okay. Let's all of you roll 1d4 to see how many hit points you have when you
1d4 to see
conscious.
what? Sorry.
To see how many hit points you have when you became conscious.
Do you mind rolling mine for me, quick?
You got a 3.
Thanks.
I get a 4.
So okay, 2, 3, and 4 is what you all have. Brile storms downstairs in the below decks. Ventus is rifling through his pack. And where's so is Jureg you've sent off to try to find Lore?
Basically.
Okay.
And Krev is just standing, leaning heavily on the whichever side of the ship is facing towards the castle, just staring at it with murder in his eyes.
Okay. And what about Minnie Penny? What's Minnie Penny up to?
She's with the group. She's just flying reconnaissance above us, as is her usual.
Okay.
But she's not doing anything. She's just hanging out.
Okay. I can't once Jureg. So is the idea for Jureg? It sounded like you said something different about Jureg this time around, Krev.
Well,
in that this time
you see, I can see the castle from here. So if someone gets thrown overboard, I can see it. So I actually want him flying a little bit closer just to see if he can see Lore on any of the platforms or anything.
And I can't give you that information just because I don't know what's happened with Lore yet. I can do one of two things. I can either play what I think happened, or we can wait until Seth is back, and then I can play his handful of turns to see what occurs. So I guess it's kind of up to you guys.
Well, I mean,
I don't think
because
we
of where we
you know.
are, we can't really progress the story without finding out.
Yep.
Because none of the characters are willing, I think, to leave to just say, "Oh, well, he'll catch up somewhere." It's not like we left him outside in a dungeon and we'll see him back in town.
Yep.
We left him in the dungeon next to the dragon, sort of idea.
Mm-hmm. So I can.
I think we're going to have to ask you to
Play Lore.
To adjudicate it.
Yep.
Either that, or we just stop here for today and wait for Lore to come back next week. I mean, I don't see any other way around it. You're either going to have to play it. I mean, because we have to have this information to know what we're going to do next.
Yeah.
Like a kid.
I don't mind. I don't mind playing them.
Just remember, you can't kill a character when they're not there, because that's just poor form. So keep in mind, he would have had fairies for a few rounds. and
Yep.
that may have gotten to him around the, like, I think it was maybe not the next turn, but the turn after. So he should at least have a little bit of fairy
Yeah.
love.
Actually, I've written it down here that on the first turn they flew down to his level. On the second turn they would have gone through the window and saw Lore. And on the third turn they would have gotten to Lore. And then on the fourth turn they go poof.
Cool.
So let's let me see. Just give me one moment here. I've got an idea here. I have an idea. Okay. So I've placed your characters there not for you guys to be able to move or do anything, obviously, but just for you guys to be able to view what goes on. And we're going to go in turn order. So Lore's turn is first. And he was trying to break down a door. And you know what? I'm going to remove this doorway so that you can kind of see what's going on inside. You guys can see Lore inside there now? Right here?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Ventus and Brile, you can see everything?
I'm gonna assume yes. I'm not there at the moment because I'm on my phone and it's being difficult.
Okay. And Ventus, are you able to see stuff?
Where are we looking? Can you send me?
I'll center you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can see.
Okay, there's Lore right there. All right, he was trying to break down that door to his right. So let me pull his sheet up here. So this is turn 1. And he does a 26 on that door. And 15 damage. So he breaks through that door. And his job was to, he was trying to get the heck out of here. So he's got 30 speed. So he makes it, kind of makes it to this window right here, give or take. Now I'm going to do the pixies on Brile's turn. So they would have made it to here by the end of their turn at that window. And this guy, got to remind myself how much movement cloud giants have. 40 feet, so he wouldn't have gone that far. Well, actually, no, he would have dashed there, and then that would have been his turn. No, there's a reason I'm pulling that back. Okay, we're on roll number 2, or turn number 2 for Lore. I don't know why he was trying to break down this door. Oh well. Crap. Because really, he only, once he broke through that door, he only has one option, and is to head out that window and climb down.
Okay.
He's climbing out the window.
What's that?
Lore's climbing out the window.
Yeah, it's not.
Because if the fairies,
Sorry, say
if
that
the
again.
fairies get to him, if the fairies did get to him, they could always cast fly.
Yeah,
I have lots of those left.
Yeah, they're not
There
there.
we go.
They got to the window just in time for him to see him go through the door. What's the range on fly? You touch a willing creature, they have to touch.
Yeah.
What did you say they were going to cast on him? Fly and something else?
I don't think I predetermined just because I wasn't sure what they'd find when they got to him.
Okay. So Lore uses movement to climb down. It's about, I don't know, 20 feet or something like that. He can hear this going. He knew that was there from before, so he is going to roll a stealth check to see how quietly he's pulling everything off here. And he rolls a 21. And okay, so Lore's being very stealthy. What do you think he would do? Would he head towards the giant or away from?
How many hit points does he have?
He has 53.
And there's just the one giant?
That he knows of, yes.
Taking input from everyone, but I have a feeling that he would charge the giant because he's got the giant slayer sword, and Lore is nothing if not self-confident.
I would lean
I would
towards that
agree.
too.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Okay. Okay, so he's got a little bit of movement left, so he's about yay. Cloud Giant moves to there, does not see or hear Lore. Opens this door, which previously was not open. I just moved it so you guys could see Lore. And moves 10 feet inside to see what's going on. Now, Lore has... How much movement does he have? So that's turn number 2. Sorry, I'm not keeping track here. Pixies... Any idea what kind of movement the pixies have? I'm guessing around 30.
I believe so.
30, somewhere in there. If they fly, it might be 60.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm getting...
Looking it up.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, if they have fly, then they'll probably be... They're going to be moving as fast as they can.
Invisibly.
Mm-hmm.
Fly 30.
Fly of 30, okay.
Because they're pretty tiny.
Yeah,
Yep.
true enough.
It's a nice picture of them in here, though.
They're pretty.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to use these guys to simulate the pixies. This guy right here. What, if any, stealth or dexterity modifiers do they have?
+7. On top of being invisible.
Okay. So this is how quietly they are flying around.
Well, they're flying too, right? So, I mean, I don't think fly makes much noise for them.
Well, it's not so much noise, but also, like, do they fly past something that causes it to flutter, or do they knock something off a shelf, kind of thing. But anyways, they rolled a 24, so they aren't making. It's like wind through a tree kind of thing. They aren't making any movement or whatever. All right, Cloud Giant. He moves in this far. So now we've gone through turn number 2. He moves this far, sees these 2 doors open. So what would he do? Like, he'd look to his left and his right. Okay, 1d2. 1, he goes to the screen left. 2, he goes to screen right. He's already moved 25, and I think he's got 40. Yeah, he does. All right, turn number 3. How exciting is this for you guys?
That's fine. What would Lore do at this point? I mean, his quarry has basically gone inside.
Well,
And Lore...
he would have heard the cloud giant, I think, because the cloud giant's not being quiet.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just checking his speed. This window is up above, so he would have to climb up. I think he's going to try to sneak around, be very quiet, and try to get the jump on this guy.
Sounds like Lore.
Yeah. So he's got 30 feet of movement, so he can go 15, but he's going to use up his action and go all 30 quietly. And at that point, he can hear, if not see, he can hear where the cloud giant is going. I'm just going to scoot you guys here now. I don't think I'm giving too much away from where I'm putting you guys. Pixies are right here. What's their passive perception?
So they have it up.
I think you're covering your microphone, but it's 14.
Okay, and what's their wisdom modifier? If they do if they
Plus 2.
roll
There we go.
Okay, so they're looking around, listening for Lore. They don't see or hear Lore, but they did see him head out that window. So they're gonna scoot past the. We said they had 30, right?
Sorry, yes. Oh, there's Vorpal. Okay.
So they went scooting past the cloud giant, looking out the window where he went, and that's we're almost at the end of turn number 3. And I'm just going to check the timestamp because, and I know we haven't taken a break yet. 2:42. So I'm just making a mark of where we are so that I can indicate to Lore, hey, this is when we took you over. Cloud Giant. He sees nothing in there. So he moves back out and checks this room. Lore's turn. Can Lore get there with 30 feet? He just can. So I believe this is when Lore sneaks up. Oh no, that's a dash though. Okay. So he is going to use his movement just to quietly, let me think now. He can either use his movement to try to get to a point where he can take a reaction if the giant comes back out, or he can use a bit of his dash movement and just position himself for next turn and somehow be really quiet and silent.
Probably repositioned to use the Giant Slayer on a reaction.
The challenge is that puts him just at the doorway right there. I think Lore being relatively brash, he would move right up to there.
Okay.
Okay, it's Pixie's turn, and they fly out the window looking for Lore. And then at the end of that turn, they go poof. Pixies are gone. Cloud Giant doesn't see. So
He sees the broken window, though.
That's true, too. He would have saw the broken window when he dropped down in front of it.
That's true.
Yeah. He doesn't see anything in there. So he's heading towards this door. Okay, now we're just. I'm not going to do the turn order anymore because now we're just Lore and Cloud Giant.
And now Lore, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I think he's just going to run up to him and do a multi-attack, his full 9 yard, full thing.
Yes.
And possibly action surge if he still has one.
Or does he pull out the oath bow and swear an oath against the Cloud Giant?
No, because he wants to knock the Cloud Giant prone with every opportunity.
Hey guys, I have to take off for a little bit, but I will be back.
Okay.
Okay, take care,
All right,
Vocal.
like 30 minutes or so, and then I'll hop back on. Okay, see you in a bit.
Okay, you bet.
Bye.
Yes, and he gets double attacks with the Giant Slayer and all kinds of great stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't a giant, the oath bow might make more sense, but he's the only one of us that can basically solo take on a giant with just weapons.
The challenge is if he prones him, the Cloud Giant. Well, no, if he prones him on the first hit, yes, he's got all kinds of good opportunities there. All right.
Yep.
So remind me again. He gets 2 attacks with the Giant Slayer and then a offhand attack with the Rapier.
Yes, and if he's got an action surge left, he can then afterwards action surge 2 more attacks out of the Giant Slayer.
And I'm just checking to see if he's marked whether he has an action surge left or not. And I almost want to say that he used an action surge last session, but I can't remember.
He did.
He did against the lady before we were picked up by Cloth.
And there's been no short rest since then.
Nope. This has been one continuous maddening rush.
So his action surge, he gets an extra attack until next long or short rest. So he's
Okay.
out of action surge.
I had to ask though.
Yep. No, good call. All right. He saddles up. This is it. So first attack with the Giant Slayer is an 18. Let's do some damage. Does somebody want to take over Lore's sheet and do the attacks while I do the Cloud Giant?
I can.
Okay. Let me... Okay, so I took care of the first one, which is a 12, no 19 with the Giant Slayer damage. And strength saving throw.
Right, okay.
Rolls a 26, so he stays
So
up.
he's still up. So
He's got
second
another
attack.
Giant Slayer attack.
That ain't so good.
No, that misses, unfortunately. So now a Rapier offhand. Oh,
And consistent with his rolls beforehand,
yes.
because if you remember last week he was rolling like terrible with his
Okay.
and it might be followed up with a "Where's my brother?" sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But his AC is 20.
Okay. Okay, that doesn't help the Cloud Giant. Alrighty. 2 Morning Star attacks. A failed... what's the term? Not a critical fail, because that makes you guys scared.
A natural 1.
Fail, yeah. Or failed meals... yeah, natural 1.
I basically I've picked up the terminology they keep using in Critical Role.
Which is
Like
a
when they
natural
roll
1?
20, natural 20 or natural 1.
Gotcha, natural 1. But the second one is a 26 for 25
That's a hit.
points of piercing damage, which I think is going to take half of his current hit points away, more or less.
Sorry, hang on. 28 points left.
And it is Laura's turn.
Yeah. I guess we do 2 more of these. Or he decides to, I don't know. Here goes.
And 18 will hit.
Question, does he knock him prone? Because that'll give him the 27 to also hit.
Yeah, so give me damage on the 18, please, to begin with.
So that's 18 points of damage.
Okay, 1 second. This guy is bloodied and bruised.
Oh, good.
And he rolls a 15 on a strength check, which means he just makes it.
Offhand.
Misses.
He has to roll a 3 to hit or something like this.
Holy mackerel, yeah, those are terrible rolls, aren't they?
Because he rolled 2 2s. But anyway.
All right. Cloud Giant turn.
If I get Lore killed, I'm glad there's an ocean between us.
2 Morningstar attacks coming up. A 29. So 29 does 22 piercing damage. And does a 17 hit? I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't.
All right. What's Lore going to do now? Given that I know his hit points are quite low.
Yeah, Lore has 6 hit points. Does it look like with a really good round, he could probably take this guy out? But
it would. He's just looking bloodied and bruised. It would have to be a really, really good round.
okay.
And I don't even know if that's possible.
Lore runs.
He can attack. He can disengage. He can dodge.
He's gonna have to disengage. The problem is he has literally. I mean, he's on a flipping cloud castle. Where is he gonna run?
Yeah, exactly. You can attack. You can cast a spell. You can dash. You can disengage. You can dodge. You can help.
You can die.
Can hide. Yeah. You can ready. You can search. You can use an object. Dodge just means he stands his ground and adds to his AC.
Yeah, well, that just means that the guy's going to have a slightly less hard time to clobber him.
Disengage means he can only move 30 feet away with no attack of opportunity because he uses action to disengage.
Okay. Here's the thing. If he disengages and doesn't provoke the attack of opportunity, the giant is going to cover the same distance and hit him twice in the next round.
Exactly.
I think his only option is continue to attack and, sacrifice a chicken to the random number generator in the sky.
And does he have 2 fairies with him right now that can help him?
No.
No, they went poof a couple of turns ago.
This is that far ahead, okay.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think of. Okay, just hang on to that for a second. The only other thing I can think of is
surrender.
Unless he has a bonus action. I was going to say he could disengage, scoot around the corner of the wall, and attempt to hide, but then all the Cloud Giant has to do is keep rolling perception checks until he sees them. And let's just see, what else does Lore have in his... he's got Second Wind. What is that, and does he still have it available to him? Isn't that like...
I think it's a heal, isn't it?
I think you're right.
I think it lets him use some of his hit die in combat sort of thing.
You have a limited well stamina you can draw on to protect yourself from harm. On your turn, you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest.
He hasn't used it yet.
The question is, does anybody remember that he used it?
I don't remember.
Sorry, you guys remember?
It's not. What the hell? Is that better?
Yep.
Much better now.
Hold on. I think no, I don't know what's going on. Anyways, no, he hasn't. I've never even seen him use it. So,
I think he
Maybe
forgot he
once
has
long
the ability.
I don't
Yeah.
remember him using it because I don't remember him getting knocked around so much last session that he would have used it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has a second wind to him. Fighting style, cantrip. He still should be using that green flame blade. We got to remind him about that. Accent surge, dual wielder we're using. Extra attack level 5 I think we're using. Level 6 improvement I think we're using. Remarkable athlete. Starting at 7th level, you can add half your proficiency bonus to any strength, dexterity, or constitution check. Okay. In addition, when you make a running long jump, okay. Beginning at 9th level, you can reroll saving throw you failed. Okay, no. So the only thing I think that he can do to help himself is a bonus action 1d10 plus his fighter level, which is 9. So he's going to get at least 10 hit points back.
That's the wrong thing. Sorry, hang on. "13 hit points back."
Okay.
So, whatever. Let's go ahead.
Oh, no, please.
No, it wasn't something helpful. That's why it was. Well, okay. So, just for him deciding what he's going to do, can you have him do a death save?
Well,
Just humor me.
okay.
Sure, 1 second.
I just realized his other option too is to
Fails.
do a
So,
take attack of opportunity and do a dash.
May I make a possible valid story suggestion?
Okay, that, and then I also want to hear what Bryle's got cooking, or which he's got
Okay.
cooking. So what's
Which of you go first?
I don't really have anything cooking. It's just so much that. Do you remember we talked about as part of the story thing with him having been resurrected, and there's this sort of life force thing between us. So if I was knocked into the situation where I'm going into my own death saves, and he fails his death save, wouldn't he sense maybe that things have gone awry with us? See, the idea here more so that I'm just trying to, if it's going to make a, like if he senses that I've fallen, or then maybe that'll influence how he reacts. Maybe he'll try to run away or dash because now he realizes things have gotten crazy.
okay? So one possibility is that he senses things are going awry with you guys.
So actually, what I was going to suggest I didn't realize it was going to tie in with that, but it does.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go with because of the connection between Lore and Brile, because of Brile literally saving his life earlier. He realizes something's gone horribly wrong upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm thinking is it's been about the right length of time. If he bolts now and basically if he leaves this room now and just runs, he'll provoke a attack opportunity, yes, but he leaves, he runs, he'll see Cloth beginning to leave with us in tow.
Mm-hmm.
If he just goes, or I don't want to whistle that loud over, down here,
Yep.
Cloth might actually be able to literally, without going out of his way, swing down, grab him, and we all turn up on the airship. But Lore will have to survive 1 or 2 attacks of opportunity to pull this off. Just submitted for your consideration sort of idea.
Well, I would give that because he's certainly at a point where he's trying to decide whether he keeps fighting or he runs. And if he decides to run, you're right. It would be about the same time that he would kind of see all that sort of happening.
Mm-hmm.
So action surge or bonus action to
which we've already dealt with.
And so do a dash and take couple of attack or one attack of opportunity. He won't get his 2 Morningstar attacks, just the one. So it's basically all riding on this one Morningstar attack.
Pretty much, because he's going to get to about there. Or, sorry. He's going to get to basically there on his movement. So, AC of 20. Please don't kill...
Did you say that there is a window though nearby that he could maybe get through that the giant couldn't?
We're in the hallway. It's actually quite a bit distance now.
Well, he could scoot back out the
He
window.
could
that
act...
came in,
No, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, he could bolt out that window. You're right.
and I would
Because if
give
he jumps out the window, even provoking an attack of opportunity, can that Morningstar get to him and through the window with him on
He's not
time?
next to the window. He's way, way from it. So he provokes
Oh,
the
okay.
attack of opportunity before he gets. Good thought.
And there's
really
only
good thought.
there's only
but I
one
know you
window
can't-
though.
There's two. They're in different directions from each other. He's in a hallway. These are in rooms to which he could enter.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
I know you can't see the
visualizing
map,
this wrong,
so
yeah,
yeah.
and I'm visualizing it wrong
Let
too.
me scoot you back here. Here's window number 1 that he climbed out of. Here's window number 2 he originally climbed into and is broken.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this one is open somehow, some way, anyways, too, because he climbed out.
It was a pleasant day. They were letting the air in.
Yes, of course, they're airing out the castle.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're swinging a Morningstar, and then depending on, like, if it hits, well, we'll see. If it hits,
If it hits,
anyways, so we're swinging a Morningstar and seeing
well,
what happens.
actually, if it hits, weird things happen with Barile.
Okay, so I'm swinging a Morningstar.
AC 20.
Here we go. 21.
Do less than 19 points of damage.
20 piercing.
Lore falls unconscious before.
Can't you be
the
nice
cloud giant.
and make for because he's not here? Just make you don't have to make it 20. You can make it 18. You can be a nice guy. Does he not
There's-
have? Trying to remember what he has.
Right now, he has very bad luck. Okay, so Lore.
He could be taken prisoner, and now he
Actually,
makes us have to go back.
suggestion. He doesn't take him prisoner. Again, Cloth is still just a little bit flying away right now.
At this
He's-
point, I would say the airship is just showing up. You guys had somewhere around now. You guys had gone unconscious. The airship just showed up, and the cloud giants are heading down the stairs. We're somewhere in
Okay.
that area.
Because to be honest, I don't think they really want to interrogate him or anything. It's just over the side with the refuse.
Well, you don't know that,
I know.
but that okay.
I'm
that's
trying
what
to. I'm trying to figure out a way to separate Lore from the cloud giants, such that Cloth would actually see him, decide on a whim to just catch him, and we all turn up on the airship. That's what I'm trying to aim for here. I'm trying to find rational reasons why you would believe me and let me do this for Lore.
Yeah.
And
I see
Yeah.
at this point with the rolls and everything. I see 2 options. Number 1 is you guys wake up on the airship, and there is no Lore, and Lore wasn't seen or we didn't accomplish what we were trying to accomplish, which was Lore comes rushing out.
And does Baral sense that he's died?
I'll get there in a second. So that's option number 1. Option number 2 is when Seth comes back to the next session, he's either okay with what has transpired here, or he runs these next 4 turns himself and see if he gets any different results.
So, but essentially, we're somewhat drawing it to a conclusion here then for today.
At least for lore, yes.
Yeah.
I would. The only way it's going to change where we're at right now, because we do have, if we want to continue, we do have an hour and a bit. Is that lore is not on the airship.
Okay.
From
May
a
I make
story
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yep.
Then I've got some interjections.
Sure.
From a story perspective, is it reasonable that there might be a reason that they take him prisoner? Is there something that they might want out of him or think that some value that he thinks? You don't have to answer that to me. That's just a question to kind of throw out there.
Yep.
Because it could add to this, like, for example, like if these guys say let's go back to the island or whatever, or the air whatever city, I'd be like, fuck that noise, you guys are crazy. But if we know that they have lore, then that would force my hand. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So from a story perspective, if it makes sense that he's, you know, still alive and that they kept him, then it could drive the story still.
Yeah. Well, I already know what's going to happen, and yeah, I already know what's going to happen if lore doesn't end up on the airship.
Okay.
So
Yep. I was going to basically say, what we do next so massively depends on lore being or not being caught, essentially. I'm fine with instead discussing essentially preparations for Witchy's adventure and just working out characters for that for the next hour or so, especially since Vorpa will be getting back, and I don't really want him to get back to seeing us all gone. So if lore runs this differently and manages to stay outside and cloth begins to fly away, he might be able to basically catch a ride and we all arrive on the airship. If not, at least he'll be there, and then you'll be able to have those moments with Seth to say, okay, here's how things go, and depending on what Seth does, they might out of spite throw him over the side. I don't know. I mean, lore tends to run off at the mouth. The character, not Seth.
Lore versus Seth, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we need to wait for him.
And we can certainly do that, especially depending on whether Ventus gets back. Or
hell, I mean, if he's got time, not necessarily on Sunday, but if there's a time where there's just the two of you have time to meet, you can handle it for like in half an hour or so, just a one-on-one session.
Yeah,
just to resolve the instance.
I actually had it in the back of my mind that we would run this session because the party was split, and then I would I might try to find time with Lore and run, you know, Lore's kind of portion up to the point that things start to overlap again, and then catch up next session.
Yeah.
So let me put it back here. Let me just get my mind straight on where everything is, because I've got one other thing to add to this potentially. Let's assume that Seth decides not to rerun it, because if he does, then that changes things, potentially changes things slightly. Going under the assumption that Seth decides not to rerun it, the only thing that I can give you is that Witchy, as you storm off, as you wake up on the airship and you storm off downstairs, you get a great sense of pain.
Me?
Yes. Brile does.
Okay. But not like death, not like the severance of our connection.
You don't necessarily get that feeling, no. And if you can convince me of a roll that would allow you to determine that, we can roll
charisma check.
Something that would allow you to determine some sort of connection.
Yeah, I
Strength of
really wish I.
personality, a charisma check, essentially.
Sorry, I missed.
I'm almost thinking more like con, but
I heard charisma check, but what else did you say there, Deathic?
I was saying, basically, would this be tied to a strength of personality, which would make it a charisma check of some sort?
Yeah. Well, it's also some sort of connective bond, right? Between
Would
you
also
guys.
be a self-knowledge at that point as well, which might be wisdom, but also charisma. It depends on how you interpret it.
So here's something else. So just some backstory. I wish I'd finished writing my thing, but some more backstory on how this all happened is I see this whole resurrection as having been some sort of legendary psionic ability. So it's not a traditional resurrection spell, and it's not something that a player would have access to. But based on the backstory on the quasi deity or whatever she would be, it would be some sort of like legendary psionic ability. So if you agree with that, then what would be an appropriate, not measure, but like an appropriate check that would
What's your current psionic abilities all based on? Con?
intelligence?
Int.
Yeah.
Using the telepathy ability that you have, and I realize that's supposed to be on line of sight, but
It's
this
mind meld,
is-
yeah.
This is basically the line of mind meld was touch, but regardless, the text for your telepathy ability is line of sight. Still using the fact that you have a telepathy ability, plus the fact that you are tied to lore in a way because of the action that happened between you and how you basically brought him back across the abyss. I use that term poetically, not referring to the actual place, the abyss. There, you probably would. We can make the argument that you could make a roll to see what's going on, and because it is tied to your psionic abilities, whatever psionic class that you have, it would be that type of roll.
I'm also thinking, and I hadn't really cleared this with you yet, so I mean, we should have been having dialogue about this, but I've been thinking that I would have, based on what's happened, I was kind of going to propose that I have one of my hit dice that's sort of like shadow occupied, as long as Laura stays alive. Does that make sense? That you know your like so that one hit die that I can't use for anything because it's already kind of in use. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I thought you meant you had one hit dice that if Lore passes away, you lose a hit dice. But you're meaning
That and maybe that could happen too, if I fail some rolls or whatever. But I was kind of thinking that almost like a tether in a sense, like my silver cord kind of thing that you know have with an astral form or whatever. But something similar that as long as Laura stays alive, I lose access to one hit dice for healing or for whatever. Not like hit points, but like just a hit die that's no longer accessible. So then if he was to die, then I think I'd have to do some rolls myself. But I also think that that
you would notice.
Yeah, I think I would notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's a thought then. So you have that hit die that as you said, is kind of inaccessible. You've got it, but it's inaccessible due to this connection.
Right.
If Laura were to die, and we might even argue. Maybe,
and like die.
Yeah. If Laura
not like.
No, not unconscious, but die. If
Yeah.
Laura were to die, maybe it's similar to like a con saving throw that the DC is based on DC 10 or like half the damage or something like that. So in other words, if Laura dies with 32 points of damage, then you need a con saving throw of 16, for example, in order to keep that hit die and or it's gone.
Yes, exactly. I think something like that would be awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I got a free resurrection spell, and like I said to you from the get go, I think that really needs to cost me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of what we've been working towards with Brow and Lore too. Is what is the long term effects of what happened in the temple?
Yeah.
Right.
And just not leveling with it, like just having a level loss. I mean, that's still getting off easy for what level we were when that happened. So that's why I kind of did this whole connection tie thing, is to try to justify it a little bit more, because it was really, I mean, we really bent the rules there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And we can still we're continuing to play with it, which I like that idea of. I know one D&D game actually. Well, it was Acquisitions Incorporated, Chris Perkins and that gang, and I think it was the most recent one. He threw in that, and I won't use this because he's already used it, but he threw in that one of the characters was feeling sicker and sicker, and the reason was something was going on in the land. I can't remember exactly what it was, but anybody who had been resurrected was feeling the effects, like they're almost being pulled into, or pulled back to death.
Oh wow!
So many years later, he had to pay for the fact that he was resurrected, or that he went to, or something like that. I can't remember what it was. So to go back then, and let's just play this assuming that Lore or Seth is not going to replay this, and if he does, then we'll deal with that. That Bryle, as he's heading down the stairs, feels this excruciating pain of, like, the pain of damage being dealt without physical damage being dealt to you.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, we're trying to resolve how much more you would know than that.
So how about an intelligence saving throw for me to, not necessarily stay conscious, but because there's very few intelligence saving throws. So if we can do one, that's cool.
Yeah,
But
sure.
so an intelligence saving throw, which if you can roll for me, and then you can tell me based on whether I pass or fail that, what kind of sense or feeling I have.
What's your int modifier?
I have a 16 int now, I think.
So
Is that right?
+3. I have no idea what intelligence you have.
Yeah, I've got it here on the sheet. It's actually going to be a +6 because he's also proficient in it. So do you want me to go ahead and roll it, or do you got it, Krev?
Please.
I got it.
Okay.
17.
17. Okay. And I had already worked in my mind what the DC would be and why that is.
Okay.
You succeed quite famously. So what is it you're trying to determine with this saving throw?
Just a state of our connection, I guess.
Which
So
would answer the
A,
question.
to know whether or not it's severed. B, to have a sense of the level of danger, I guess, that he's in. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. You feel that level of connection is still there, but is very, very tenuous.
But weakened, yeah.
And, like, let's use the term hanging by a thread, with no pun intended.
And a bit of maybe like a fight and flight kicks in. And as I'm heading down the stairs, I suddenly howl, like.
Okay, if you do that, I'm basically bolting to where you are.
And it's a kind of howl that is filled with this sense of pain, but also agony, like not physical agony, but like emotional agony. Like it's a howl that makes you uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And I'm like clutching to the sides of the wall or the railing or whatever to try not to fall down the stairs myself.
And
Okay,
I also see,
like
it
I said,
as,
if you
yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say I also see it as a like a pain in the brain kind of thing. Sorry to connect too much with the migraines and stuff like that, but just this head exploding kind of feeling. And go ahead, Dethick.
As he howls with all the emotional content that it contains, Krev hears this, spins on a dime, and bolts towards where Bryle is.
And do you remember what he looked like after the resurrection, when he was like gray and...
Yep. I grab you by the shoulders, spin you around, and it's like, what happened? And a look of absolute concern over Krev's face.
And he just chokes out one word and just says "lore" and clutches your arm.
Okay, I pull you into a full-on full-on bear hug at this point. And to be fair, this is a bit much for Krev. Tears are beginning to stream down his face. He's not himself bawling, but it's just tears are free flowing down his cheeks as he holds on to Barile as tightly as he can, effectively trying to protect Barile from whatever the hell it is that's hurting him. But yeah.
Burrell kind of tries pulling himself up on Krev and tries pulling Krev up the stairs with him back up to the deck.
Okay, if you're leading me back up there, I'm more going to support you going back up the stairs.
Yeah, I think kind of supporting each other in a sense.
To which
And then-
Ventus, I'm guessing, is going, "What's happening?" In the general Ventus voice.
And I'm gonna be like shaking my head and kind of looking out to Ventus, and I'm like, something's wrong with Lore, I think. And then he just kind of lets it trail off as he's like soul searching and contemplating and trying to understand what he's feeling and experiencing.
Where is up? Up actually would be over. Coming
what,
out here?
I'm looking at those stairs, and I don't see anything connecting the upper deck to the lower deck.
That goes up here, which would have to come out. I think it would come out like here, where I've plopped myself there.
Yeah, I think you're more or less right.
So let's grab a Barile and a Ventus, and a Krev, and put them like right here. And then we'll move over to the side and look out.
And I'm gonna turn dynamic lighting off on this thing.
Yeah, and I'm just clutching at Barile because I can't
Can you do me a favor
Krev can't
and
think of anything else to do right now. He's nearly panicked.
so can you do a roll for the woodland creature check again for me, Brett?
You rolled a 12.
15.
So
Okay, so that's
12.
a pass.
yeah, you passed.
I conjure two
No, wait.
giant
DC
eagles.
DC is 15? Or
You have to roll under it.
under it, okay.
Yeah, we
So
No
if I
worries.
roll under
No
it, then
worries.
I get what I was trying for. If not, then he gets
Yep.
to screw me over.
yeah.
So I do.
No, you get to be creative.
No,
But
that's what I
anyway.
mean. So it's like a wish spell, you know? Sure, you got what you wanted. Kind of.
Be careful what you wish for. You may get it.
Exactly. So yeah, so I conjure two giant eagles, and I say fetch Lore.
Okay. I'm gonna
And then I mind meld with one really quickly and try to communicate what I'm seeing and feeling. So maybe it gives him some sense of how to find him or whatever. And then that way I can really quickly express like he's
Okay.
at that castle. The castle's
They
ahead.
understand common, right?
they do.
Okay. I look at you and say, keep me steady. I'll go with them on with Shireg. We'll find Lore. And I basically look out. I transfer my sight and hearing to Shireg, and because of the voice of the Chainmaster ability, I can speak through Jireg's body, so I can actually talk to and direct these guys.
Okay, so the
And essentially, my sense of touch is still in my body, so the last thing I say, if you need me back, smack my cheek 3 times.
And I tell them to trust, trust Drake or whatever.
The pseudo dragon. The pseudo dragon doesn't go as fast as they do, so it climbs on one of their backs, or lands gently on one of their backs, and they're off. And this is a case, Brett, of if we can see Lore on one of the surfaces, or even being carried, We're diving in to try and take him.
Okay, so you conjured 2 giant eagles.
Mm-hmm.
You and Bryle have jumped on these giant eagles, heading back.
No,
to
no.
No.
Sorry.
We are still on the ship.
Okay.
Dreg is riding on the back of one of these giant eagles, and that's allowing, basically allowing us
to
to
keep up.
direct them to be able to make the decisions to keep up.
Okay.
And then I will, you know what, to make this even more neat, then I will basically just sit against the side of the deck with Krev and kind of hold his arm or whatever, and I will mind meld with Krev so that we can be like a collective mind for a little
Yeah.
bit.
So you're not having a elemental attack us, right?
No, this is the air. This is the air element.
Okay. Sorry, you scared the shit out of me with that turning up.
You may as well just said critical there. Oh, they get a critical.
Ah!
Crit. No. Oh no, crit fail. You're such a prick.
First,
Oh
first
dear.
he releases the fire elemental.
Yeah, exactly.
Massive aside, but there's actually in the last expansion of Warcraft, there was basically a boss fight where halfway through the fight you let out a giant fire elemental that was being used to run a furnace, and then you have to defeat the fire elemental before he burns you all.
Yeah,
Nice.
The fire elemental here is running the furnace that keeps the air ship afloat, and the
That's
air
what made me
elemental
think of it. It's like
propulsion. Okay, 2 giant
Oh,
eagles.
okay.
You're reg on one of the giant eagles, heading off to the castle to see what the heck's going on.
Yeah, if we see lore, dive in, snatch, and leave.
It's a bit of a telephone because obviously I can't like really mind meld with multiple targets, but being mind melded with him while he's in essence mind melded with his familiar.
I'm seeing now. Question: does your telepathic link let you see out of my eyes if I let you?
No, but it gives me one because it's actually mind meld, right? It's not telepathy, but it's similar for all intents and purposes. But it also gives me one memory of yours or whatever that you choose to give me. So I wouldn't say it's, well, I guess it's per round. It renews each round. So I guess each round you could be giving me a memory of what happened in the last round.
I'm basically giving you a 6-second delay image of what the heck is happening as I allow you to basically run roughshod over my near short-term memory. All the other memories are strangely blocked off very sharply.
That's right. It's only one memory that you give me. So
yep.
Okay. Can we take a couple minute break, bio break, and that kind of stuff, and then just
and give you a chance to actually think about what's going to happen.
Well, I kind of think I know what's going to happen, but I do need to hit the washroom, so let's do that. And
Talk to you shortly.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Also heading downstairs. I'm going to see if I can whip up coffee quickly.
Okay. Kurt, did you take Monkey? 4:30. I figured he must have gone out because he didn't want to go this morning. He wanted to sleep. It was kind of weird. So I figured you must have taken him out before I got up. Okay. But just, I didn't take him again because he said no. He wanted to be fed, but that was it. Do you know? Juju. Buddy. Ugh. Curtis, make my migraine go away. Kurt. Curdy Wordy. Did you know the OnePlus cable for my rapid charge is 5-volt cable? Five volt, 4 amp.
Okay, I'm back. Who do we got here?
Hi. Me. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay, and do we have Dethick back yet?
He said he'd run downstairs and make coffee.
Okay.
Sorry to be so cranky and to always be so migrainey. I know it's a pain in the ass.
It's not a pain in the ass, and I don't think you're cranky. And
I'm hoping at the new place, just the change or the different atmosphere might have some impact on my migraines.
yeah, maybe.
Yar.
Yar.
And I wasn't trying to be difficult with that whole 3 giants attack thing. It's just I was pretty sure that the way you described it wasn't exactly how you meant to describe it, and I was confused. And
Yeah,
so I was just trying to clarify.
No, and you weren't being difficult. We were just all getting our
Excited.
all of our portion of the story in, so that we all were kind of clear on what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hey, sorry, what did I miss?
Two giants moved there because I forgot Krev was conscious. Giant number 1 took out Ventus. Giant number 2 wouldn't have moved towards Ventus. He would have taken out Krev.
Yar.
Yar. And Dethick, did I hear that you're back?
I am back. What did I miss?
Nada.
Nothing. We just all got
Thanks.
back.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Hope Vorpal's okay.
yeah, I think so. I think just something kind of came up and he needed to tackle it, and he's juggling a few things these days right now too. So there it is. So I know what's going to happen here. I'm just trying to think quickly of timeline. Okay, so Witchy has this great pain. You guys chit chat really quickly. Send off the giant eagles. So all this is happening kind of quick and fast, as it were. And I know you guys have this kind of, you're seeing through Jureg's eyes and all that kind of stuff. So what we'll do is this. So I think I've centered you guys where you can see the familiar hallway.
Yep. Well, I see the lore. I see this asshole.
Yep. So, and I imagine this is, you would, well, let's think about this. You would send the giant eagles. You don't know, you know the general area where lore is or was, but you don't know exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
We know
Okay.
what platform he disappeared over.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in theory, we know that it's the pumpkin patch one to start looking at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Here's how we do this. So the giant eagles, yes, start heading towards the pumpkin patch and see the open door here, and they are, coming in from somewhere over here where I think you guys can see it says level 3. Yeah, you can. They're coming in from that kind of angle, and I don't know, a few hundred feet away, maybe something like that. And as they see that happening, and I'm going to take the turn order away because I think we're done with it for now. As they see that happening, they see this cloud giant pick up Lore, who's obviously a ragdoll at this point. Opens up the far door. Moves him on the other side of that door. And is turning to close the door. And what is a giant eagle's flight? I'm guessing around 70 plus. Or
80.
60 plus. Is it 80? Okay.
If memory serves.
Yep, memory does serve. Let me just have giant eagles up here just in case. So the eagles are, I don't know, whatever we feel reasonable distance is. The airship isn't that far away yet. They would probably be booking it. So, they're not hovering. They're not in the hallway. Let's put it that way. So that's what they see happen. What do you wish the giant eagles and Jureg to do?
They're gonna, I guess, circle around. I have them for an hour, so they're looking for an opportunity to
Snatch
see.
them up.
So Yeah, they can't see him, or they can see him.
They were able to see the giant drag Lore, open the doorway, drag Lore through that doorway, and he has turned and is about to close this door.
He turned as in, is he still carrying Lore, or
Dragging him with one hand along the ground.
okay? Let's let them. Let's see what he does. You know, if we're lucky, he'll throw him overboard. But if not, then we'll have to intervene.
Okay. Well,
Is that cool?
the giant was here, and he moved this way, opened the door, dragged Lore through it, and is turning to close the door. So that's what you know of his intentions so far.
So, you know, sorry, communicating via Dethic. So I'm telling him my idea, but Dethic gets to kind of dictate what happens because he's the one barking orders.
Sorry, your idea was?
To maybe give it a round or two and see what his intentions are, and if it seems like there's like if he's going to throw him over or if he leaves him alone for any period of time, then you know we can wait for that. But otherwise, if it looks like he's going to do something more awful and gross, then we can intervene.
Okay. I do not order. I don't speak to the eagles ordering them in. I just order them to continue patrolling around
Okay.
at a distance where they can see. And yeah.
So keeping in mind that
I'm just completely trusting Barile at this point.
yeah, and Dethic has a one round.
It is technically one round delay.
Yeah, so if he needs to make a decision, he'll need to make a decision. He'll know that.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. So you guys are flying around. The giant closes this door. Which I believe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me think about this for a second. Because you guys can't see anything anymore, but Lore can on the player view. So I am going to. There we go. Okay. Okay. So the the door closes. You are doing your thing, flying around. A couple of turns, like 10. Like how long do you leave it? How long do you wait in terms of turns?
So what is he actually doing during these turns?
Well, he closed this door, and Lore is now on the other side of that door. So
We don't know. We can't see.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying he was taking him outside. We saw him bringing him out.
Nope.
No.
Oh, no. Can I retcon that? Sorry,
Yep.
total misunderstanding.
Yep.
If we see that he's going to take him out of our sight, then what I would suggest is that the eagle not carrying drag try to engage him out of enough of like out of 15 feet or whatever to try to get him to drop Lore while the other one can try to swoop in and grab Lore.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. That one eagle could probably well, they're already booking it to begin with. So he could try to book it towards the outer doorway and, you know, caca or whatever, try to get the giant
scream at it and look like he's swooping at him.
Yeah.
With his talons out.
Yeah, but he certainly won't make it to this doorway. So if the giant decides to close the door, he will close the door. If the giant decides to engage the giant eagle, basically cards are in the giant's hands right now.
Right, and he's got the eagle will have 160 move right now.
Yeah.
Dashing to be able to swoop in, but not get close enough to be hit.
Yeah, so I would argue that the eagle could probably make it somewhere in this area, but would not get anywhere close to this door.
Okay.
Yeah. So is that still the plan? Have the eagle dive bomb?
We don't want them getting inside, so we can try to make it look like they're being attacked, and maybe he'll stop and be interested.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We do
I mean,
that.
or is the bitch gonna run and hide behind a door? I mean, does he feel like he needs to do that?
Maybe he'll just throw lore at the eagles. Like, get out of here. Phew.
So I'm gonna put 2 giant eagles there, and I'm gonna mark this guy purple for Jureg. I know that's more Boral's color, but there you go. So I would say they make it. Why aren't they showing up on the? Can you guys see those guys?
See what, guys?
The 2 giant eagles here. Oh no, I know why you can't see them. Never mind. 1 second. There we go.
Ta-da!
So they make it somewhere in that vicinity before the giant gets to determine whether he's going to close the door or not. Sound about right?
Sure. Caw! Caw! Threat!
Giant closes the door.
Damn you!
So he goes and hides on from the big eagles.
Yes, he does.
Pussy.
And you hear Krev's voice through 6 second delay later. You hear Krev's voice through Jureg.
Nope.
Say,
No, Krev doesn't say that.
No, but Krev can start.
Krev would yell coward.
Exactly. He can try to taunt him.
Yep.
Scared of a couple of birds, are you?
So what's Giant Eagle's turns now?
I guess fly back up and circle the palace.
Yeah.
Paying careful attention to see if any, elf-shaped bodies are dumped over the side.
Okay.
What's the size on the eagles? Large?
Yeah, they're 10 foot.
Yes, they are large.
It's a giant palace. They could probably navigate and get through the window if they needed to, or
They could
But-
they could squeeze through.
To be fair, it would be like a large, I don't know, like a vulture or something trying to hop its way through the area. I only say that because of the size of the bird. The palace is sized correctly for the eagles to actually be quite maneuverable inside.
that's what I'm thinking
I
too.
would agree because if you look at this window right here, it's about 5 feet across. So Giant Eagle would squeeze in its wings, like dive bomb through there, or land and then hop through and then start flying again.
Not all that unlike how a real eagle would be able to get through a normal-sized window into someone's house.
Exactly.
Should it have ever chose to do that, I don't think an eagle ever would. But
Exactly.
Okay, so you send the Giant Eagles up to fly around and do some reconnaissance.
basically, yes.
So, assuming the Giant Eagles don't see anything happen, how long do they wait around before they do something else?
Well, we tell them to look around, make sure they're watching for Arakoa, make sure they're watching for hippogriffs or griffins or anything else like that, because none of that would surprise me. So I would definitely communicate that to Krev. But then if after like 5 minutes or 10 minutes he's still inside, if we even wait that long, we wouldn't wait that long.
Mhm.
But after they get a sense of the space and a sense of any dangers, then I would think that they would try to get into the building.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but how long?
I was going to say 5 minutes, but that's way too long if he's going to kill him, so it won't be that long. How long does it take for them to get a lay of the land? 5-10 rounds.
Yeah, probably the size of the castle and stuff like that. Yeah, about 5 to 10 rounds.
And then head in?
Yeah.
Does that sound right, Krev?
Yeah.
Okay, let me me switch you over to something here. These guys are no longer here. They were the guys that headed back down the stairs. This guy is no longer here. So just look at this as a castle. Forget the tokens that are on it. The next thing that you see in about a handful of rounds, 2 to 3, is you see two familiar faces, Countess Sensari and, if I remember that's her name correctly, and the guy that threw Lore off the bridge. Come out of this doorway here, heading towards the stairwell over here, and no, that's okay. Never mind. Yes, and you see with them two cloud giants, certainly, but smaller stature, a child-sized cloud giants.
Wonder if that was the
So they're
Countess or-
only like large instead of huge,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to kill children, so I'm
I
not
do.
attacking them.
I do. What are you talking about? Can the eagles pick up the children?
You've seen cloud giants innately cast fly upon themselves. Dropping the children off the side probably won't do anything.
Yeah, I know.
So given the 6-second delay, the first question will be to Krev. Does Krev have the giant eagles do anything about this?
They're not lore, so no.
Okay. And then 6 seconds later, Brial, you are aware of this. So do you send any information, or do you however you're communicating to Krev, do you send any different information?
So no, but I do communicate to Krev that I have no problem killing these children, but I mean I can't supersede what he's feeling. So,
Okay.
but just so he knows that he's seeing a dark side of Burrell, perhaps.
Yeah.
Darker than usual.
Okay, so Krev, by the time you get that information, they're at the top of that stairwell that you were fighting those giants and about to head down. So do you do anything different now?
Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Had Ryle asked me to attack them?
Brial said I have
No, but I'm just telling him that I have no problem with that happening, and and I'm envisioning and whatever some real darkness. Sorry, my dog is attacking me.
That's fine. I actually, Krev holds Barile a little closer. No words are spoken. It's just, yeah, he just holds him in, pulls him in closer to try and, I don't know, he's cold to the touch right now because of everything's happening. So he's trying to keep him warm, keep him safe from himself if necessary. I don't issue any specific orders to go after the Countess. As much as Krev would like to see the Countess's head on a spike, he's doesn't feel the same way against the Countess's family.
Does she still look all wounded or whatever?
Yeah, she looks.
Has she been tended to?
She looks beat up. But as with you guys, it has not been an hour for them either. So if she were to look better, it would have been for some magical reason.
Okay.
Just curious if two eagles could really do some damage to her if they need to.
Okay, so no action based on that information?
I'm gonna tell Krev they should try to sneak into the keep then.
Okay. So where are we sneaking them in then?
Well, the only place that let's see here.
You saw the windows, did you?
Yeah, you've got windows and doors over here that you can go in. You've got the stairwell that they just went down. And then there are other windows.
What about down here? Dungeons are usually in the basement.
Yes, you, from your flybys and stuff like that, there is a closed doorway right over here, and then there are you can only see two of them, but there's actually three openings here that all have stairways going up. One straight up, the right hand one is curving to the right, the left hand stairway is curving to the left, and then of course you have these doorways one level up above here.
Looking at the door, is it something that a pseudo dragon or a eagle could open if someone explained how a latch works?
It is a very big, giant-sized door, so it's possible that they could unlatch it, but then
They couldn't get it
I know
open.
if it's
Strength-
barred, I understand that they won't be able to open it. If it's on a hinge and it's well greased, it should open with minimal effort.
What's the strength of the giant eagle?
Good question. Hang on.
I can tell you in a second. It is 16.
Because I'm thinking they would have no problem pushing that open, and I'm thinking Jareg would probably have no problem with the latch
Yeah.
if there is one.
The only thing. Oh, sorry, nearly dropped a book. The only thing would be that if it was barred anyway, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to open it. But yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't tell from your distance whether it would be barred or not. Assuming it's not barred, latch-wise, no matter how big the door is, that's not going to be an issue. The issue will be, given that this is a giant-sized door, it is bigger, it is heavier. Out of game, Lore was having some trouble opening the doors.
Lore doesn't have a 16 strength.
True enough. True enough. And then of course there's all the other, like there's windows down here, some sort of opening. Actually, it's not even windows. It's some sort of opening down here, and then you see various windows and such around the castle. So you've got a decent.
I'd say have them fly around looking for some sort of portal to get in, some sort of entry.
Also
where they
look
feel-
underneath in case there's like something equivalent to the moon door.
Okay. So you see the openings that I just indicated. You see the various windows colored in yellow. You see various doors or some sort of doorways, whether closed or open, in the brown. And as they are flying around and doing their thing, hard to describe, but see the checkerboard here?
Yeah.
Of which the reason I put the X there a couple sessions ago is that there's still like essentially large giant chess pieces sitting there. Giant not as in giant size, but giant as in giant people could pick them up and move them around type of thing. Underneath there, certainly like a level below, way underneath there is a hole that they could fly up into the castle.
I have a question. This is because I don't know what happened. What happened with Ventus, first of all?
Vorpal,
Like, where'd he go?
He's gone.
Vorpal.
He's gone for the.
He just had to go. He didn't say why.
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering whether he would have sent Mini Penny with them. I'm thinking he would have.
Okay.
He can't. The Mini Penny's too far away for him to maintain the link.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's only like 100 or 200 feet.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna have the eagles just stay swooping around the bottom, and I'll have Jareg fly up and poke his head inside that hole as stealthily as he can.
Okay.
To it.
Why couldn't this be a fairy dragon who can go invisible or something?
Because
He doesn't
fairy
have
dragons
magic,
aren't
right?
on the
I know. I'm kidding.
Sorry. Passive preserved. I guess it's just a dex check because it doesn't look like he has. Oh no, wait, there it is. Stealth.
Okay. One moment, and we'll see how we can pull this off. Krev, is it all black for you right now?
It most certainly is.
Okay, one more second.
All right. I see a Zhureg and a whole much different. I don't know where to put Zhureg. It's the thing because I thought I was
That's
poking my
okay.
head up through
Yeah,
something.
I'm gonna. So you, before I move your egg around too much, I believe you can see these two windows here.
Yes.
Okay, so there's part of your retcon. You would notice that there's two windows there, and you poke your head up right there. And surprisingly, you just kind of poke your head up, and surprisingly, they don't seem to take notice of you.
Okay.
While he's
What are
poking
you
his head
saying?
up, would you like me to describe what you see?
I can describe it to him.
Okay.
It's a throne room. There's a chair, giant-sized thrones flanked by two glowstones, giant-sized statues. The hole in the ground is basically marked and painted up as though it is a item of significance. There's 4 of these snow arakoas guarding it, and more lights and whatnot heading out in one direction. There's some steps and benches for people to sit in and attend to the audience in. If we're lucky, he'll be brought here, condemned, and thrown. And then we can swoop in and catch him.
Is this like the
You
what did you
think
call it?
Game of Thrones.
Moon? Yeah,
Think Game of Thrones.
love it.
Very. So Jared's going to fly back over to the Eagles and climb on again. We're just going to kind of swirl around, or at least have one of the Eagles stay in this area to continue to watch it as another one kind of swoops around, takes a look and sees if he can see anything through other windows and such.
Okay. Those Arakoa are standing with their backs to the hole and
Yep.
didn't hear or otherwise be aware of Zhreg, and they are perfectly still. And then the rest of the information I threw into the chat.
Oh, I think by oh, sorry, yeah, you can see the text that he put there, Witchy, or do you want me to read it to you?
No, read it to me, please. Sorry.
This opulent hall features lapis lazuli tile work and murals depicting castles in the clouds, as well as cloud giants chasing silver dragons while riding rocks and golden sky chariots drawn by griffins. Marble bleachers hug the walls near the entrance, across from which stands an ornate alabaster throne inlaid with gemstones. Guarding the throne on either side are 2 life-size statues of cloud giants, one male and one female, standing at attention, wearing tall helmets with purple plumage and clutching mithril-tipped spears.
Pretty.
Birdie.
Speaking of spears, did you get yours back?
No.
Nope. I'm
Ooh.
actually down 1 javelin of lightning.
Damn.
Easy come, easy go.
So, and remind me, what's Jureg's? Jureg feels that if he were to fly up into this room anymore, or fly into
Oh,
the
he
room,
just pokes his head in,
yeah,
and then basically. So think of it this way: his claws grip onto the underside. He pokes his head up, looks around a bit, then leans back and lets go. Free falls for a couple of seconds before folding his wings out and then catching himself and flying back towards the eagles.
okay,
So it's basically poke in and then literally as quietly as you can, just gone.
sure.
It was just enough to get that text that you provided, and then that's it.
Give me a Jureg perception check while you're at it, please.
12.
How about a sneaky
He
sting in
does
the
have
back of the neck?
he does have blind sight up to 10 feet, dark vision, and his passive perception is 13. Dark vision up to 60 feet, blind sight at 10 foot, and passive perception at 13. So, with all that extra information thrown out, do with it what you will.
Yeah.
You had blind sight. I wish we had known that when we were fighting those blind or those stalker thingies.
I totally forgot. It's my bad. To be fair, I actually had to have Jureg not be on my body and therefore not retcon any sort of thing like that because Kreb got hit with an AoE attack that would have incinerated Jureg if he had been on him.
True.
As he pokes his head up and whatever, and he starts to fly back away, or as he's kind of flying around doing all this stuff, he hears kind of like a groaning, moaning to what he would determine is kind of the south or southwest of where he is right now.
He's gonna go and look. You'll have to safely move me because I don't want to accidentally reveal more of a map to myself.
Yeah. Let's go here because you're more or less going to see what you already have seen. Well, that's weird. There's no dynamic lighting. You get to see inside this wall right here. You see that?
No, I don't. I see a wall.
Yeah, but you don't see the edge of the wall here. Oh,
Yeah, no, I see that this is solid stone through here.
Yeah, that's weird. No need to fix that. He listening intently, he hears it coming from this general direction over here.
Well, right now, all I see is if I fly under, is there something similar?
And I'll have you hold off there for a second. No, you fly under. There doesn't seem to be any access or whatever, and it's quite muffled given the stone wall there. But you certainly feel that you're in the general direction.
Okay. Move here. Here. Here.
And you feel like you're moving away from it.
Yeah, but I'm looking for an entrance.
Yep.
Whoa.
And you just found one.
Yep.
And
but it.
Surprisingly, nothing seems to see you, given your previous stealth check. I'm assuming you're doing it stealthily.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You would recognize these two guys from earlier on.
Oh yeah, griffins. Yeah, griffin versus pseudo dragon. Pseudo dragon loses.
They're just kind of sitting there tending to their wounds and such.
Okay, I grip to the wall and kind of again just poke the head in an attempt to do a head count. Just 2.
Okay.
Shooter Dragon has a poison tail, right?
Yeah, but the DC is really low.
I would say...
I so wish that I could cast invisibility right now, because then I could cast it through Jureg and make Jureg invisible.
Yeah. So I would say that's about as far as you can go with Jureg, unless you want to be seen by the Griffins, in order to
I know.
more to the right.
So the thing is, I'm thinking, and I say this to Bro, given that sound, I think they're holding me just south of that throne room, but I can't get to it. There's two. I share the memory of the two griffins. I mean, we could have the eagles run in there, but these griffins are just going to make it squawking everything, and there'll be cloud giants all over them. I think we still have to wait. I don't like this.
And just hold Jureg there for a moment, because since you are sending these little creatures to Witchy anyways. Archie, can you now see what's going on? I forgot. Are
I
you?
see.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm laying down on the couch, but hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to make the screen bigger. Oh, hold on. Oh, what am I saying? Oh, wow. Zoom out. Okay, so why can't I move the screen though?
And
I'm
while you,
seeing
sorry, go
what's
ahead.
that spindly thing? Like that
Cages,
round.
I would imagine.
Cages behind the griffins.
Yeah.
Cages. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I can kind of see.
And I'm just going to, if you zoom in on that picture, where you are
It's right there.
is
Yeah.
the bottom. Yeah, those ornate doorway openings.
Oh crap! Did I just close? I hope not.
Damn.
Okay, so what are we trying to do here? We're trying to get in without, well, I don't know. What are you thinking?
Like I said, I think I know where he is. I can't figure a way to get to him. If
We could use one of the eagles as a distraction. Maybe the griffins will chase him.
yeah, could do. Let's try it.
I'm sorry. What are you attempting?
Drake goes back to the eagles and says to one of them, "Fly by those two doors, making as much noise as you possibly can, and then when the griffins follow you, just run."
Because they can outfly a griffin. They have an 80,
But
and I
give
think
the
a
griffin
griffin does not.
give the griffins the like not your full speed, but have fun letting them chase you.
Mm-hmm. And then once that happens, I imagine Jareg is going to try to
Dreg's
sneak in.
gonna sneak in. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see these griffins are wounded?
Yes.
So, like, if they do chase, and the other eagle, for example,
The
is
other eagle
waiting,
could swoop in and attack them. Yeah.
like, you get a surprise attack, maybe.
Specifically, the one is wounded. This guy right here is battered and bruised. This guy is not shows a little bit of signs of battle, but not bleeding out or anything like that.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll do just actually a question for Ryle then. Just the chase or chase and attack?
They are being attentive towards that doorway.
Yep.
They haven't seen. They don't. Jareg doesn't seem to think he's been seen, but they are. To get a sneak attack on them is probably going to be tough to impossible.
Okay, well that's fine. Even if we can just distract them and maybe get their attention, that Jareg could get in unmolested.
Okay, so I imagine the giant eagles are basically going to take them for a ride or all over the castle, anywhere but close to this doorway.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah, and go flying around. Okay, but the attempt will be that the eagles are going to stay far enough ahead of them that the griffins can't get an attack on them.
Yeah, hopefully just to infuriate them, but not be actually able to catch them. Because what's the flight on a griffin? 60?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Is 60? Yep. Oh.
So that's three quarters of what a giant eagle is.
Sorry,
which means
sorry, it's 80. I was looking at their dark vision. It's 80.
Oh, it is 80.
Yeah.
I thought they were slower.
So they basically they'll have to use the lead that they have at the beginning and just full speed all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the giant eagles, which also have 80, right? Yeah.
That's
Yep.
right.
They could go flying by these windows, like, caca as they fly by. The griffins kind of look at each other, do a double take, and then take off out the window. As long as everybody's flying 80 feet,
Yep.
the giant eagles are going to be 30-ish in front of them.
Yeah. And they're going to do everything they can to maintain that lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Jareg, actually, have it just be one of them because the other one we might need to be the mount for our dear lore to leave on. If Jareg is truly successful in fetching him out.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
fair.
so one eagle goes.
Okay. And
Please
where
let it draw both of them.
and where would the other eagle be hanging out? And
The other eagle will be hanging out basically on the other side of the castle from these guys. Like, he won't be near this entrance.
Okay. So maybe by the two spires, where you guys originally came in.
Yes, where the banished elementals are no longer there.
Okay.
Haha.
Sounds good. And is I think the original idea with the airship was to stay out of range of the castle, but within sight, which is about 400
Yes.
feet. Is that still the idea?
That is still the idea, please. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Giant eagles go, or one giant eagle, excuse me, goes flying by this this doorway, and it happens exactly as we described. The two griffins kind of look at each other in a little bit of surprise, and they both pop out, and off they go.
In with the pseudo dragon. Doors, my arch enemy.
Yes.
Actually, can he? He's a tiny dragon. Can he fit through the damn doors, or are they like that well machined?
Oh, let's see.
Do they have those little grated windows on them or anything?
Yeah.
This tiny creature could get through. I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's see here. They're 27 feet high, ornately covered, quite thick wood, polished bronze fittings. Door handles are 12 feet above the floor.
12 feet, which means the crack under the door
Yeah.
could very well be tiny creature, and he could probably squeeze.
Yeah, that's possible. Just give me a second here to read the rest here. I would be willing to say that a small creature or smaller would be able to fit. A bat can fit under, like your and my door that we have closed to our bedroom and stuff like that. A bat can fit, a rat, whatever, can fit under that.
Yep. So this is
And-
Jareg.
Yep.
He's fitting under.
And arguably, these small creatures often have soft enough bones that they can fit through spaces that they shouldn't be able to.
Well, Jareg's bones are a little harder than that, but anyway, regardless, he does qualify as a tiny creature.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing if there's anything in this area that you might want to know about before we do this. The griffin certainly left with a ruckus. I can tell you that much. Griffin cages are, as you expect, a few barrels, stuff stashed in the one corner. Okay, I think that's about as much exciting information. So Jareg is now going underneath the door.
He's gonna just squeeze underneath the door.
He squeezes under, does a little bit of a half movement to get under there, and he appears on the other side of said door.
I can't move him through it. Oh, thank you. That's a dragon.
Let me give you.
Don't say that out loud. I won't know for 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Now say it.
No 6
now say
sec- no
it.
6 seconds
That's a
spoiler.
dragon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A dragon.
Let me give you the full picture here. That's
Okay.
That's what
Is it alive?
It is very much alive and very much hurt
Bound.
and bound.
Is there? Okay. Is
Let me give you some information while you figure out what you want to do with this. A adult-sized bronze dragon is chained to the back wall and the floor of this area, and it certainly looks like a cell.
It does.
2 locked manacles are binding his hind legs, which prevents him from moving more than a few feet in any direction. And he has a lock collar around his neck, and an iron muzzle covering his snout. So
Okay.
think about a
Brett?
muzzled dog.
Jareg starts to look around for anything that could be used as a lockpick, because I'm going to tell him how to pick a lock. I know how.
Mhm.
And we are going to unlock this dragon.
Let me ask you, is what kind, like, is it literally like a key kind of lock, or is there some sort of lever or anything where he could be released outside of that as well?
Doubt it.
Just, well, you never know. You never know what they use to lock up a friggin' dragon.
Well, the first question is, does Jureg, is he trying to do this stealthy, or is he going to be...
Oh no, he basically, he looks at the dragon, and I'm sure the dragon looks back at him, given dragon abilities and whatnot.
Mhm.
And it's like, and I say, well, I wasn't expecting to find you. Are you locked up magically?
And what...
He's probably slightly befuddled to hear a pseudo dragon talk. They don't.
Yeah. And what language is Jureg using?
Common.
Common.
I don't know Draconic.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check.
Amateur. Kidding. Neither do I.
The dragon looks at Jureg, and yes, he's a little befuddled of a pseudo dragon, A, talking, and B, talking in common. But he
The pseudo dragon is my familiar. It's a long story. Do you want me to help you try and escape?
so you asked him if he's locked. I'm sorry, something about the locks. I think you asked him.
Are you locked up magically? Like, are the locks mundane?
And in a very weak voice, he says, "They are mundane, but strengthened by magic.
That's fine.
I cannot change shape. I cannot."
Jureg literally starts bounding around looking for anything that would be a stick of metal that he could stick in there and get a lockpick checks going.
Well, let's see what would be around. You've got 3 iron cages here that are more regular sized, like human size, medium size.
If the locks are big enough, Jureg's own talons might qualify.
That's possible, yeah. The first thing you notice from these cage doors, and Krev would notice this given his connection, is that they're too big to be picked by using thieves' tools for the cage doors. And let me just check something here. Oh, that's interesting. So on the dragon, the locking mechanism doesn't seem to be as big for whatever crazy reason. You between your talons or whatever, Jureg would be able to find something. Now, is Jureg going to do this at normal roll or disadvantage, given Jureg's trying to pick a lock?
Can I throw something in there?
Yep.
Before you answer?
Yep.
What are there any rules for extended actions?
You mean Krev?
Just to help mitigate any disadvantage if we can do it over an extended. I don't know how that works.
Basically, although Jureg doesn't understand locks the same way that Krev does. Krev, I'm seeing through his eyes, hearing with his ears. I basically am in direct, like, mind-to-mind communication with him. I'm talking him through picking a lock as though it's like a master's class in the concept. I think we have a lot of time. You might not want to give him the proficiency bonus, but I don't think I'd have disadvantage on it.
I believe
Uh,
reading once that if you try to, like, for example, pick a lock,
Yeah.
you can try again in an hour. I think like that. Whatever you
Oh
roll is
God.
basically. But I could be wrong. But that's something, and I'm
That.
trying to look for it now.
But the thing is, I mean, unless I damage the lock, I'm just gonna. It might take longer, but I'm gonna sit there and do it until it pops open.
Yep.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out how long that would be, though. I thought I read, and this is going way back now, but I thought I read once that pick a lock, opening a door. Excuse me. But I can't. I can't find it right away. Anyways, the idea though that Jareg is going to work at this for some time, as long as he can.
Sorry, yes, he is gonna try and keep at this until he unlocks the dragon.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it have a good dex?
Who? Jareg?
Drag. Yeah. Because it's dex checks, right?
Yeah, +2.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm going to say is, it's probably going to take him a few minutes just to attempt it. Okay. So
Okay.
I would say he gets to roll every 5 minutes.
All right.
So it's like I tried. Let's say he fails his first roll before you roll. I tried it. I failed. Okay. What did I do wrong? What's going on here? It's like, you and me trying to pick a lock or finish a Rubik's
Uh-huh.
cube or something like that. Now I'm going to sit back and think about it. So let's make your first dex roll. And I will
Well,
say,
that doesn't help.
yeah, and I will say, seeing through Krev's eyes and such like that, Krev, having picked locks before, recognizes that this is a challenging lock to pick.
Okay.
Like if Krev was picking this, he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this one." So that's rule number 1.
Okay. After a few rolls, just let me know if Krev and Jareg work out that it's not even possible.
Okay, I'm gonna have you roll one at a time though. Don't spam the rolls.
I'm not going to spam them. I'm rolling them when you say.
Yep, go ahead. And there's a reason for that, as always.
That was almost a 19.
That was almost a 19. How would that almost be a 19?
Because I see the dice roll on the screen, and it
Oh.
wasn't 19 before it rolled over to be a 9.
Oh, gotcha. Unfortunately, that one doesn't do anything, and sorry, lost my train of thought. That doesn't do anything, and while Jareg is finishing his second attempt, so about 7-ish minutes have gone by.
Oh God.
He starts
Keep track of the time.
He starts to hear. Oh yeah, because the giant eagles as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We spent 10 minutes looking around or whatever, perusing. This is going to be like another 10 minutes so far, whatever, plus the action. So I think we're still fine.
By the way, if he hears stuff coming, Jareg will hide.
Yeah.
And there's lots of stuff to hide under.
So I would say the giant eagles have been kicking around for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And yes, not immediately outside of that door, but he does hear some. He certainly hears some movement coming in his general area of the castle.
Let's keep going.
You gonna try one more?
Yeah.
Okay. He still doesn't get it, and as he finishes that one, not the doors to this room, but he does hear a door outside of this room open.
I'm sorry, Dragon. Then Jareg hides.
Okay, and give me a stealth roll, and I'm gonna give it with advantage, given that like there's just nobody around to see him hide except for obviously the dragon. So 17. Alrighty. He is hiding, and if I don't get these guys on the screen quick enough, I'll just describe it. But he is hiding, and the doors. shoot. Stop that. The door's open, and you see two familiar faces come in, which would be the Countess
Mm-hmm.
and the guy that threw Lore off.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that threw Lore off, who is different than the giant that Lore is fighting, is dragging Lore behind him unconscious.
Mm-hmm. I guess he's about to throw him in one of the cages.
And that is exactly, that seems to be exactly what's going on.
I stay very, very hidden.
So he moves over to this cage right here and chucks Lore in there.
Which one? Could you ping it, please?
Yep, that one right there.
Thank you. I don't move a muscle. Nothing to attract attention.
So I say to Krev, if it doesn't seem that Laura is in immediate danger, and it doesn't seem that Dreg is going to be able to remedy this on his own, if we can wait, like an hour or two, if we think that we have the time,
We can wait.
Then-
I can go back in and get them.
then we can go back together and get him.
You'll also notice that Lore has nothing on him except for just what would be underneath his armor and such.
Yeah, so basically he was thrown in there in a pair of leather pants.
Ooh, chaps. Assless?
No.
No. This is lore.
Wait.
There'd be assless chaps. What are you talking about?
What? Elf in a jockstrap? I know it's attractive, but still.
Which is like, let's retcon. Jareg, I need you to stay there.
Yeah, exactly.
I need you to get closer. I need pictures.
Can you get better lighting?
Yeah,
Thanks.
Okay.
So
yeah.
he throws Lore in there and snaps the padlock shut on the cage. Lore certainly does look worse for wear, and the Countess, who is also not looking her best either, saddles up relatively close to the dragon, and says, "It seems that we have had some interruptions, and I'll have to return to my dealings with you later." And the dragon just looks resigned to the fact and looks away.
Okay.
And it looks like they're turning to the door and heading out, unless Jurek wants to do anything about it.
Oh no, I let them leave. I want them to leave.
And that's exactly what they do.
And I go back to picking the lock after they're gone.
And they close the door behind them.
I say to the giant bear quietly, I'm going to try and pick the lock again.
And Laura's still unconscious.
And yeah, that elf is my friend. He's why we're here. I didn't know you were here, but I want to save both. Stay very still. And I go back to picking the lock.
Okay. And the dragon just kind of nods his head.
More rolls? Or do we want to kind of...
Give me a couple more rolls. And this one, spam these ones. So give me 2 or 3.
Oh, for the love of Pete. That's better. Anything yet?
Over the next 15 minutes, nothing happens. The lock does not give away.
Come on, give me a 20.
Okay, so
there.
hang on for a second there. So 15. So 30 minutes plus the original 2 checks. So about 40 minutes has gone by. The giant eagles are
gone. I know.
Well, I think very close to being gone.
Yeah.
You roll the 20. The lock comes undone. Um, now, I guess I should have asked this before.
Which one?
Were you picking
The
the
one
collar?
bind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm picking the collar, the one that's binding him to the to here, like whatever's binding him to this chain.
That would be the collar.
That's what I'm picking. I'm picking that one first because, as the way you described it, there's nothing actually binding his wings.
No, it's the collar and two hind legs.
Yeah.
So
Now the
three,
hind
three
legs are the
bonds.
hind legs bound. The behind legs are bound to each other, right?
Let's see. We'll go with that if I can't find it quickly. Two manacles bind the manacles,
Okay.
preventing him
So
from
right
moving
now,
more than a few feet in any direction.
yes, but if we can actually get out the door, and I know we still have to. I have to start working on the legs now, but his neck is free at least. Does that remove some of the enchantments on him by chance?
His neck is free. I'm assuming the lock goes smashing to the ground. I don't know if Jureg would be able to hold up a dragon-sized.
Well, I'm hoping
Collar.
that the dragon was basically lowering his neck to the ground.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, and kind of shake it off a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I argue that if a dragon, if his neck and whatever is freed, that he would probably be willing to break his teeth to break out of those things, and
There was a
probably.
muzzle.
Oh,
He
that's
specifically said there was a
right.
muzzle.
He did. Just bastard. I mean, oh, okay. Thank you.
So the collar shakes off, and just one second, I'm gonna move to the door here. Just closing the office door. There we go. The collar shakes off, and you ask him about the magic, and he tries something or just kind of innately feels, and he gives you his head a shake, and says, "All the bonds were enchanted."
All right. I go
Excuse
afterwards.
me. I'm sorry. No. He says all the bonds were strengthened by magic, but you have allowed me.
If he can go human and basically just slip out of the other bonds, then go back to his dragon form, pick up Lore, even if he picks up Lore's cage, and we just get the fuck out of here, that would be much appreciated.
I believe he can.
So, did you take the muzzle off, or what did you just do?
I took the collar off him.
Yeah, the muzzle's still on, and the bonds to.
But if Brett, you're saying that he can now do his shape change, that probably means that he can literally slip the other things.
I'm just checking to see how many shape changes he can do a day.
Yep.
And is it verbal?
Oh, it's probably silent.
Sorry about this. Where is it? One more check. Shoot, it's not here. I'll check, but yes, you can certainly shape change. And if I remember correctly, he shape changes into a halfling.
Which would be the most clever thing.
Okay. And Jureg basically gives the dragon approximation of a smile, and goes goes over to the cage that Lore's in. Did he lock the cage that Lore was in?
Yes, he did.
Does it look to be as masterwork to lock?
Similar. Give me 1 second on that one, because there is one thing I just want to check.
Or is this a case of, can you turn back into your form, pick the cage up, and we all just leave? We have an airship like 400 feet away from the castle.
As a halfling, he can cast if he has any spells that would be of any benefit.
Maybe as
Remember.
a knock spell or equivalent.
Yeah.
I don't know if, actually, I don't even know if knock spell is a thing right now.
5e,
Yeah, it's funny because
I'm pretty sure 5e still has knock spells. It's funny because it says he has. Sorry, if I knew we were going
Oh,
to
there
get
it
this
is.
far, I probably would have picked up on it before. But
it should say he casts as a whatever wizard or sorcerer or whatever, right?
yeah. Okay, that, those are his attacks. Those are those things. There's one more place I can look quickly. I'm almost certain he has innate magical ability, but I'm going to have to dig into the adventure and find out exactly what it is. But it's not listing a bunch of spells or anything here. Gosh.
Which is fine. We don't have to finish this right
Look,
now. I mean, this gives us a good.
I'm literally saying he can turn back into a dragon, pick up the cage, bolt through the door, and just run, fly, and we're gone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's we're about close to the end anyway, so let's deal with so you look at the lock that you look at. Oh, I've got a little bit more information here, but I'll deal with that before next session. You look at the lock that is dealing with lore.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm flipping back and forth between a few things here. There's like an oversized padlock on these cage doors, and they look too big to be picked using thieves' tools. But you can reach into the locking mechanism itself and try to manually pick the lock, not with thieves' tools because the tools would be too small.
Yeah,
so you're
well,
essentially using your
He's using his hands
or
anyway, right?
talons or whatever. But
Yeah.
Krev does recognize that this is similar workmanship as the lock that you just tried to pick. So it might
Right.
take you some time to pull this one off.
So
And
has
yes,
the dragon freed himself?
if you wish, yes, he can shape change into a halfling.
I want the dragon to be free.
Yep.
So I ask him, can you change into like a humanoid and back again?
And he says yes, and he immediately does that, and the
Okay.
muzzle
Quietly as possible. Muzzle's gone.
shackles fall to the floor.
I can try and pick this lock. If we begin to run out of time, can you grab it and the elf in it, and we all leave?
And he says yes, or we can leave now if you wish.
Let's leave now.
How do you
The
suggest we do
pseudo
that?
dragon in front of you is named Shureg. My name is Krev. The elf is Lore. We have a airship just beyond here. I'll direct you to it. You can drop him off. We'd love to talk to you afterwards, but let's get out of here.
And he says, okay, I would be mostly grateful. Why are we still whispering?
I'm nervous, even though I'm not here.
What do you mean you're
Um,
not here? You're right there. You're talking
I'll
to
explain
me.
when we get to the ship. Let's go.
What ship?
I point the airship. Just come with me. And I hop on his back,
Mhm.
point at the cage. I'm
Mhm.
hoping he then grabs it. Through that door, there were a couple of griffins on the other side. I'm sure they're not going to be a bother to someone like you. Let's just get out of here.
All right.
And I imagine he has his breath weapon if he really wants to deal with if the griffins start to provoke that be a problem. So yeah, can we kind of just cutscene this and we fly off into the airship and leave on a good note, having actually rescued Lore somehow?
I'm gonna do you one better. The dragon forces the door open, probably with some help of you flipping the latch or something like that. He's large enough to open it up. Grabs the cage that Lore's in. You're flying on his back or whatever. Everybody gets themselves to about there.
Yep.
And he is about to fly off as he sees two griffins returning back to their nest or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, do they? Because if the Eagles see these guys escaping, I could see the Eagles engaging the Griffins and being a nice parting gift,
The Eagles,
which we can do later. But
the Eagles were an hour, right?
yeah,
we mentioned this quickly, but I wasn't specific about it afterwards. The Eagles went poof after the collar was
So about the same time the collar came off, the Eagles went away.
because I was gonna say before they go away, I would like love them to engage and maybe take out one of those Griffins, but it doesn't have to happen. That's fine. It's just nice and bitchy.
Okay. At the start of next session, we could retcon that a little bit and have them do
Okay,
some
that'd be
attacks
cool.
on it.
Just
Oh,
because
are we dropping on this cliffhanger? The Eagles are there.
Of
Oh,
course we are.
I think that's beautiful,
Cliffhangers are good.
and it gives everybody a chance to like catch up and see what's going on and whatever. So
all right, Lore. The things we've done to save your ass.
repeatedly, he's got to friggin' appreciate us.
Yep, we'll give him hugs.
All right, so we're gonna leave it there. I'm gonna talk to you guys for a few more seconds. I'm just gonna stop.
By the way, what color is this dragon? Copper or bronze?
Bronze.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Ventus is gonna be so happy.
Yeah.
But is the red or not red dragon? Yeah, no. What color dragon do we have with us?
He's gone.
He was flying off, but
Yeah, the red dragon has left the area.
Oh, that's
thankfully.
right. Because I was gonna say,
And this dragon, probably because we just saved it, is possibly willing to overlook all sorts of things right now, because we just saved it. So yeah, this is still kind of awesome. Because this dragon will be able to answer a question like, why were they interrogating you? What information were they looking for? Can you help us?
yes.
interesting.
And the followers of Cloth, I mean, they're not going to care. This doesn't. So long as the airship isn't damaged, they don't care who we invite on board, really. Or they certainly haven't seemed to like to act weirdly against other types of dragons.
Mm-hmm. So
It
yes.
is pouring rain here.
Is it?
Is it really?
Actually, just started
I
raining here.
hear it.
It looks a little bit like it's raining here, but it's not pouring.
Yeah, it's a light rain out there. So that's where we're going to leave it on the cliffhanger. So you guys don't necessarily sleep incredibly well over the.
2 weeks it's going to be.
Well, yeah. Here's the deal. So
Remind me.
I'm away next weekend. I'm traveling.
I'm at a
Hold on,
friend's
did I
wedding the
okay
weekend
that?
Afterwards.
I don't know if I didn't realize I had to get you to okay it.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So I'm in Kitchener-Waterloo next weekend. My daughter has a Highland dance competition where she's doing her first solo. And
Oh, that's
it was
awesome.
a
Beautiful.
solo that I helped her pick the music for. We picked
Oh, nice.
Mumford and Sons. I want to say Waiting, but that's not quite right. And I helped her edit the music down as well to the correct length. Whispers
Look
in the
at you,
Dark.
proud papa.
Yeah, Whispers in the Dark. And then the weekend, I think all four of you guys as players are available next weekend, as far as we know. But then the weekend after, I believe you're traveling, right, Devik?
Yes, I'll be on the West Coast attending a wedding.
Yes. So one thing that you guys could do next weekend, if you wanted to, is chat about Witchy's adventure, even roll
Yeah.
up characters for it or whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can finalize that. We can play around with the character sheet that you gave us to play with and see if we can like it. But I'm going to tell Scott now, give it a chance.
And
I already seen it.
Yeah.
I'm going, what the hell is this? All right.
I know, me too.
We'll give it a fair shake.
If you absolutely hate it,
that's all I'm
We
asking.
can go back to the other character sheet or the
Yeah.
ones we use for this.
Just so long as there's
you'll have to
spots
enter your
for
info
everything.
again.
I think this has more spots actually, not less.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll see how it works.
Yes, it does have.
I was
more
trying to
spots.
find the area where you put your gear. I couldn't quite find it.
We'll play. We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah, we'll work it through. By the way, I do have one question for you, Witchy. Do you mind if I actually do try to pull off a kobold? And if so, can I make it a winged kobold?
Why not? This is that city. This is
I know this is in Silver Moon.
Silvery
I know.
Moon. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a place where people like that can go to be.
So for the background of my character, just so that you have something bowling around in your mind, unless I decide to change my mind in the entering week. But if you check the Sword Coast Guide and you look at a settlement called Long Saddle, it's essentially a ranching community, but it's run by a rather large family of wizards who are famous for their odd experimentation.
Nice.
So the reason why you've got a kobold that isn't behaving completely koboldish and certainly isn't attached to any particular kobold clan is that he was hatched by one of these wizards. They had come into possession of a kobold egg, and she had wanted to run a couple of experiments, and I'm still trying to work out what personality quirks are because of that.
Kobolds hatch from eggs? How did I not know this? That's glorious.
they're little, like, little teeny dragon creatures.
I know, but I just never really thought about it.
Yeah. You've got Volo's guide, so
yes, I
mean,
do.
you can go and read the details on that.
Yep.
But if you take a look in the Sword Coast Guide, I figured coming from Long Saddle and essentially being the adopted the wizard tends to think of the kobold more as a child, but for legal reasons, he wears a collar with her name on it because it just makes it easier for people who aren't familiar with him and her and their relationship to think of him as property. It also means that they're less likely to muck about with a Harple's property because the Harpels or Harples or however you pronounce it tend to hold grudges.
Okay.
And they also tend to settle disputes in Long Saddle finally, or with finality.
What I was kind of hoping to do is do a one-on-one with everybody for their character. Just so that we all go into the story knowing how we got there, why we got there, whatever. Even though it's not, it's just kind of like a ad hoc campaign kind of thing or whatever. I still want it to have a little bit of story and whatever.
I never create a character without a good fleshed out backstory because I love
I know.
part of it.
Yeah, me too. Okay, well let's call it for now, and
but yes,
and
cool. I will make a winged kobold, and he will he'll be a little bit of comic relief, but in terms of levels, I think it will actually be like two. You wanted it to be 2 levels of something and a level of sorcerer, right? That was that was your preference.
That's my preference, just because then everybody kind of starts out as that initiate.
Sure.
Because the idea of what I'm doing is kind of it's odd, and it's more of a. I know you like your mechanics, but like I said, it is odd.
This one's more story. Yeah, that's fine. I think that I will probably do 2 levels of rogue because he's a naughty little kobold. And then his sorcery manifested, but it manifested in a way that's very unusual for a kobold. It's not dragon-based. it's wild magic based, and he found out about it the weirdest of all possible ways. An unfortunate wild magic surge, and I'm still looking at the list to figure out what would be funniest and have a serious impact on him.
I am going to warn you in advance, even though I wasn't going to, that anybody who has any sort of wild magic based stuff is going to have a little interest. It's going to be more interesting than normal. Just throwing it out there.
I'm willing to run with that because it's basically, here's the one part of my character I can't control.
Cool.
And
So-
then,
QO.
and then the following weekend, if we get everybody together except for Death, do we continue, or do we
I am.
hold off a weekend?
I really want to be there when we get Lore back because I have a feeling that the roleplay interactions between Lore and Brile and myself are actually going to be fairly intense, just because of what just happened and how close. I mean, Brile is connected to Lore in one way. Krev is becoming connected to Lore in another way. And right now, I mean, Brile and Krev are basically crying on each other's shoulders, trying to figure out a way to save a person that they're quite attached to. So this is
I'm also
kind
gonna-
of weird, and
I'm
want
also
to
going
be
to
there
throw
to
it
see
out there,
play
though.
out.
Yeah, you should be. And I'm going to throw it out there that I had to do death saves too, which means that's going to. I want to kind of explore, but he's not here to do that. Like how that would have affected him, because it's going to be kind of reciprocal if I die, I think I'm not going to say there's a chance that he would die because I died from the break of the link or whatever, but I think that it
He'd
could have
know.
some serious. Yeah, I
He'd
think
know, and it would hurt.
It would, and there'd be the potential that something bad would happen. I'm not going to say lose a level or anything, but I'm saying something like really significant based on how this all happened. And I think I might even with you, Brett, just write up this legendary psionic ability, so we have some like framework for it.
Sure.
For going forward. So.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Did we make the decision that we might want to hold off the following week so that everybody's together? Hopefully, everybody's together.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a retcon, work on characters, and experiment with the sheets or whatever. We'll figure something out before the day.
Okay, so we won't move.
Or maybe we'll play evil alts.
Yeah, exactly. We won't move. Or we can also do a session 0 in terms of, hey, the next campaign we do after Witchies, here's what we learned from the past year, and here's what we learned from Storm Kings, and some ideas on what we do next kind of thing. But we're not going to move the story ahead. The story won't go ahead next week because I'm not here. We're not going to move the story ahead the following week because Deathic won't be here. So it'll be 3 weeks, just January the 11th or something like that.
Okay, I'm totally fine with that. We're at that kind of point in the story where we really hard to play without them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think there's going to be a few sort of heart-to-heart conversations, possibly like and I don't have any other way to describe this, but I'm not trying to say this in the naughty sense of the term, but a three-way conversation at least between.
Ooh, three-way.
I don't know if Brile would be for that in that way, but
Brile just had a three-way.
Oh, okay.
Did you forget that?
I thought it was 2 and 2.
No.
Oh wow.
It was 2 and 2. It was Lord,
no, it wasn't.
You and the Lord's daughters.
Plural.
Oh, so it was more of an orgy. That's right.
A small O orgy.
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
But yeah, it's like I say, I think it's going to be a little strange. There's definitely going to be some heart-to-heart conversations. I don't know how it's going to play out, and the relationship between Brile and Lore, I think, is a bit of just the way that you've had Brile react. Krebs kind of locked in the moment right now, but if they're flying free and coming back, a lot of this is going to hit Krev really quickly in terms of, you hate everyone. Why this? Why that? Why am I? And it's a little bit of, why am I hugging you so hard? And there's a lot of stuff that's tumbling through his mind. And
It'll be fun to
like,
explore.
it's going to be very interesting.
Coolies. Okay, get lost, you guys. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have a good remainder
Wow.
of your Sunday. Have a good remainder of the long weekend. Yeah, I'm talking to all Canadians. Have a good remainder of the long
Yes.
weekend.
Oh, next weekend I'm moving, so I don't even know what
We'll play it by ear. If nothing happens,
Okay.
then nothing happens, and then you guys can do the create everything while I'm at a wedding, and
and we can do a one-on-one.
Yeah, I'll just send you ideas. I mean, we talk between sessions anyway, so
Exactly. Okay,
we'll
cool.
go from there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Fun as
Bye.
always.
This has
Take
been
care.
awesome.
Yes, it's been fun.
Yeah, the last 2 or 3
Best
sessions.
TPK ever.
Yeah, last 2 or 3 sessions, we're still not too sure whether you guys are going to live or die.
Exactly. And that's how it should be.
Alrighty. Good stuff.
Okay, take care.
See ya. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, ciao.